Great people, welcome to NemTech channel. My name is Nehemiah Wekesa, and I'm very happy to have you on board. So today we are going to develop a Fullstack blog website from scratch with Django, React, and REST framework. And we shall be testing the APIs with Postman. So basically this is the site that we are going to develop me into. So basically the objective is to make you understand how you can fetch the articles from the backend through React and Axios. We shall talk about that later. Now this is the site. Perhaps we see how it is, how it works. Remember, everything here is generated dynamically from the backend. So for instance, on this one you can see I can access the articles, and I can access any other articles. You can see when the items, because I've limited in the REST framework pagination, when the articles reaches to 6, then it will create another page. It will create another page. Now for instance, let me try to reduce it to something like 3 or so, and then let's try. Let me refresh. Now you can see it works very well. Now I can have these pages, and then I can go to the next page, again to the next page. Now on this last one, perhaps let me try to add in another one. You'll see that it will be displayed here dynamically. So let me go to the Django admin. Django, so it should be 127, the IP address, the local host address. And then let me go to the admin. Then let me try to add in a new course here, a new post. So perhaps let me use ChatGPT to generate the content. And then let me say, write for me short take blog with a short summary, also short summary, because the field there is the summary. You need to have the summary, then the content. The summary is what will be displayed in the user to the user, so that they can view the articles or not. So basically this is it. So the summary is here. The summary, perhaps let me just use a short one. Don't want to make it kind of long. So first of all, the title I forgot. The title is opportunities, navigating AI revolution. And then here, let me just paste the title here. And then just a short article here. Let me just use this one. And then let me add in the content here, and the category, let me call it artificial intelligence. Then the order, I'm going to assign to any order, like let me use NemTech or a test user. Let me use this. Let me use test user. Remember, you can have as many orders as you want, and remember, Django is very powerful. It allows you to have such features. So in that case, you might want like many people to interact or to maybe work on the same site, on the same, to publish in your site. You may do this. And then the views, by default, let me just leave it to something like a 3 or so. And then so now when I refresh here, it will let me try to go to the next page. You can see the title was navigating the AI revolution. So let me go to the next, and then again next. You can see now it's available here, navigating the AI revolution. Or perhaps the text was so small. Perhaps let me open it. The text is so small, you could wish to add in more, but remember, this is just for demo, for demonstration. And other pages are working in the component. The about page is working. I think this is just a single app in React, single page app. Single page application in React. You can see it's not even loading the other side, it's just dynamic. So this is the site that we are going to develop me and you, and I'll be using the Postman API here to test the API, see if it's working or not. So basically the skills here that we are going to learn as well is how to test your APIs with Postman. So it is it's going to be very interesting. And this is just a demonstration, but I know with it you are going to develop your own powerful system, including adding because of time I couldn't implement the reply, the commanding system here, because I didn't want to make the video very long. But now you can see we can test the APIs here that I created. Basically these are I created the APIs, and we are going to I'm going to show you in a few. Now you can see now the status is Z200, which means it's okay. It is displaying all these. Let me go to the pretty. So yeah, you can see now it's displaying a structured format with JSON format. It's very fine. And you can test basically the articles, they have the ID. So for example, ID1, you can view only the ID1. So you can see the status is okay, everything is just fine. So basically this is the site that we are going to develop into from scratch to its completion. And guys, before we begin, please, I kindly request you to subscribe, like, and share it to your friends so that they too may also learn some skills here. And also it's part of supporting me, so be sure to like and subscribe. And right away, let's begin. And the requirement for this project is Python. You need to have Python in your system because Django is a Python web framework. And then you also need to have some skills in React. If you don't have, I'll teach you in this walkthrough as well. And then also you need to have some skills in CSS. So first of all, let's begin by first ensuring that we have Python in our system. Now to check if you have Python, just open your command line tool, for instance CMD or any other terminal that is most preferred for you by you, and then I just type there Python, then a dash version. Now for me it is bringing 3.12.1 as I think this is the latest version by the time I'm recording. If it doesn't bring, just go to the Python website. I think let me first of all uninstall Python, and then I'll reinstall so that you may understand how it works. So let me uninstall so that perhaps let me try like uninstall something here, so that you can bring that an installation terminal window, and then let me uninstall Python so that I can show you how to reinstall it, how to install, because I'm assuming that someone doesn't have Python in their system. So let me find a Python. Where is it? Python should be P for Python. Yeah, let me uninstall Python so that I can show you very well how you can install Python into your system. And Python is a very powerful programming language to learn, and I encourage people to learn it because you can use Python in data science. You can use Python in data analysis. You can use Python like now we are using Python in web. You can use it in many other field, including the system scripting, game development, and many other careers. So as it uninstall, let me show you how you can download. So to download Python, you just go to the Python website, which is python.org, and then navigate to that website, and then I'll go to the download page. Just click the download page, and then in the download page, download the latest version. By the time I'm recording the video, the latest version is at 3.12.1. I know perhaps you'll be watching in the future. Just download the latest version by your time when you'll be using this project. When you'll be developing such a project perhaps. So let me download it as I wait for this other one to uninstall. I want to uninstall everything so that you can understand how to install it. So let me give it a second. Here it's done. And then the other thing that I'm gonna uninstall is this launcher, everything. I just want to uninstall everything so that you can understand how these things work. Yeah, it's no longer there. And guys, when I once again try to check if I have Python, it won't show. Like you can see now, it say Python was not found. You can see because I've been uninstalled. Perhaps on your end it could be displaying this way. So what you have to do is like go to the Python website, and then download the way I showed you earlier. And then once you download, it might be in your Windows Explorer, perhaps in the download page. Then I just double click on it, and then install it. So when you install Python, it will come with PIP, the package manager, to install the Python modules. You can see here it includes the IDLE, it also includes PIP, and then it also includes documentation. Also, it creates shortcuts in the file associations. So just install this one. Now, PIP is the package manager. I think this is what you need to put into consideration. And then this is the directory on which Python is going to be installed. So I'm going to install it straight away. And then I'll give it some seconds so that it can finish the installation. And in most cases, you'll have to restart your computer. You'll have to restart your computer so that it can configure every tools very well. So let me give it some minutes or seconds to finish. Then we shall begin straight away on creating the project, starting the project. Yeah, it's done. Let's once again check. Let me open the CMD once again, and then I'll check if I have that Python, because you must have Python for it to work. So it's once again, the command is python -- version. And then is that the spelling for version? Not really. Version, and then you can see now I have a 3.12.1. This is the latest version by the time I'm recording the video. So the next thing now, we want to create I want to create the project directory. So I'm going to open my file explorer, and then this one is gonna be at the desktop. I'm going to place this project at the desktop, and then I'm going to call it like at the folder that's going to contain the project. I'm going to call it Django Blogger web application. And then in this folder is going to contain the front end and also the backend. So I think we can open, if you have a Visual Studio Code. By then I'm going to use Visual Studio Code in this project. If you don't have Visual Studio Code, just go to your browser and then search for VS Code or a Visual Studio Code download, and then download this version here. You can see this is the logo of Visual Studio Code. Click on it to download, and then you can download for your operating system. Mine is Windows. I could have downloaded with this one. You can see it supports Windows 10 and 11, and then you can see it has also other version. It is supported in Linux distribution, and then you can see also on Mac it is also available. So just download for your operating system. For me, I already have it, and then install. And then once you navigate to your project directory, if you're on Windows, just type there CMD. And then if it doesn't show you like this directory, what you'll have to do is to CD. CD is to change directory. For example, if you were to CD back, you could have used the CD, then 2 periods, then it will CD back. If it is to CD in the front, you could have done CD, then the directory of that, the name of that directory, and then you'll get it there. So I'm going to open Visual Studio Code in this directory. So you just type code and then a period at the end so that it can open in this directory. So I'm going to open Visual Studio Code at this directory. So I have this empty folder, this empty directory in the field of programming. We call them directory, but you can call it folders. Now in this directory, guys, I'm going to open the embedded terminal. I'm going to open the embedded terminal here in Visual Studio Code. So just click on this ellipse and then go to the terminal, Then the shortcut, you can see it is Control plus Shift plus backtick. I'll be using the shortcuts in future, and then because it's easier. And then now here I want to create the virtual environment here. So I'm going to create here a virtual environment, and then to create a virtual environment, you can use this command, Python. Basically here it is PowerShell, but you can change the command line tool. Now for example, let me use, you can see there's also command prompt git bash, because I used git. Then you can see there's command prompt and many other terminal. So I think let me just use, you can use your preferred, but by default I think it's selected PowerShell. Let me use PowerShell. So it is Python, and then -m, and then venv is the command to create the virtual environment, venv for virtual environment. And then the environment name, you can give it any name. Let me just call it env to make it simple for environment. And then let me hit enter so that it can create that virtual environment. So it's going to take some seconds here. So I think do you want to select this? Yeah, let me just click yes. I don't know what's going to do there, but let's give it some time so that it can finish to create that virtual environment. So once it opens a new line here in the command line in the terminal, just know that it has finished to create that virtual environment. You can see now it has opened a new command line to write our commands. So just know that it's there. You can see it includes some files here, like the folders. You can see it has include, and then it has the libraries, and the libraries have pip, and then also it includes the scripts here. And then in the scripts we have the commands like activate.bat and other stuff. So we'll be using the activate.bat to activate the virtual environment, and then deactivate to deactivate the virtual environment. So those are the commands that I'm going to use. So to install Django, you ensure that you install Django under the activated virtual environment. How do you do that? So to activate the virtual environment, I'll use I will use env, and then I'll say env, then backslash, and then scripts, then a backslash activate. Now you can see now the virtual environment is activated. Remember here you can use activate.bat, or I can just leave it the way it is. So now the virtual environment is activated. So now the thing here that we want to install is both Django and the Django REST framework. So we'll use the pip. So I say pip. Remember to install it in the activated virtual environment. So it is pip install. I install Django, and I want also to install at the same time Django REST framework. So it is Django REST framework, and there's always documentation. If you want to know the commands, you can just go to Django REST framework documentation, Django REST framework documentation. Just go to Django REST framework, and then I think you'll be guided on how you can install. You can see there's this command here to install Django REST framework. So this is the command that I'm using here. Django, where was I? I'm using the embedded terminal in the VS Code. So it is Django REST REST framework. I guess the spelling is correct. Django REST framework. Well, the spelling is not correct. Framework. I think the spelling is correct. And then let me install all of them at a go. So it's going to begin by first installing Django, and then once it's installed Django, it will also install the framework, REST framework. So let's give it some moment so that it can finish the installation. Yeah, so it has finished to download. So I think the next thing I can do is to, okay, see here there's an updated version of pip. So I think what I do, let me just try to upgrade it. before I do anything. So I'm going to copy, and then let me try to upgrade PIP. I always like to work with the latest version of these packages so that I may not encounter any issues. But always ensure that you're using the stable version, because sometimes the package may not be compatible with other modules. So you ensure that you're using the stable version. I think also for me it has upgraded to PIP 24.0. So once everything is done, let me try to clear on Windows on PowerShell. It is just CLS, but if you are on Bash or on a Linux or or on Mac OS, you use the clear. So I've cleared my terminal here, and then now I want to create now the Django project. Remember, we've installed Django here, so we can use now the Django commands to create the project and stuff like that. So I'm going to begin. Basically, the Django command, Django it has the Django admin command, of which you can use that function to start a project. For example, you can just say Django hyphen admin. So when you hit enter, it will list for you the useful command that you can use for Django. Like you can see, we have check, a compile message, create cache table, db shell, db settings, dump data, flash, and many other commands, useful commands. So I'm going to use this command here for start project to start a project here, and then we shall be using other commands in futures the time allows, actually when the moment reaches. So in this case, I'm going to use the Django admin, and then I'll use this command start project. So I'll say start project, and then at the project name, let me call it my blog. Let me call it my blog, and because I don't want it to create another folder, I'm going to add in there at the end the period, so that it can install that project in this directory, in this Django blogger web application directory. So what I do, I'll just hit enter, then it will create that project here. So you can see it has created this project that contains my blog, and then in the blog we have useful files here: init, sgi, settings, urls, wsgi, and then a manage.py. It is in the root. So once you've created the project, now the next thing we need to create an application. So an application is like, for example, you have a very big web application, like for example, if it's an e-commerce site, and then you need to have different application or roles, or assign roles, so that you can manage your code easily. You can create, for example, an application to handle the carts, or an application to handle the users and such stuff. So basically, application in Django context, it is used to manage related stuff together. So because this one is just a blog, a website, and I want to make it simple for beginners to understand, I'm just going to use a general application that is going to contain everything at a go. So I'm going to create here an application. Let me just call it a blog. So again, we shall use this command startup. We'll use this startup to start the application. So again, we shall use this command manage.py. is like our virtual command line interface that we are going to use this manage.py. So here I'll say python manage.py. Remember, it is at the root directory. That's why I'm going to type here Python. Oh, and the spelling is not correct. Python, I think the spelling is correct here. So Python manage.py, and then start up. Start is combined. Remember, it is combined here. Start up, and then the app name, let me just call it blog, or even in small, let me call it blog. So it's going to create an application here in this root direct here. So we'll have the project, and then I will also have the application. So let's give it some moments so that it can install, it can create that blog application. Yeah, so I can see it has created that application. So what I'm going to do now next is to view. You can see in this blog, you can see we have the INIT, admin, apps, and many other packages there. So I think now we are set up to begin the configuration. So the next thing in this now, the project is my blog. My blog, this is the project name of which where we are going to set things up. So I think the first thing, let's begin by creating the the models in this blog. There's this file called models.py in the blog folder. Let's create our models. Models, these are like tables in the database. So let's create our models here. No, it should be at the models.py. Now in these models, I'm going to create models here. So let me remove this comment, and then also ensure that this first command is there to import the models from the Django. And then the other thing that we want to have is to import now from Django.contrib. Django, sorry, should be Django. Django.contrib. Django.contrib. By the way, when you click enter, it will do auto completion for you. Then .out, and then models, and then we are going to import. We want to import here the user. We'll import now the user. We are going to import now the user, and then now let's create now our model. I think I'm going to use that just a simple one model here. One table is like one table, so I'll use the class, and then in this class I'll create this model called article. The table is like a table. I told you that models, these are like tables in the database, and then in this like a table or a model, I'm going to call it, it's going to be called article, and then here is going to inherit models dot model. Remember, it's going to inherit the functionality in this class models.model. This is a building, I know, classes in this Django, so it's going to inherit some functionality there. And then the first field or a column is going to be title, and then I'm going to assign here to models dot character field. Now when you go to Python documentation, you'll understand how these things work. Like at the character field, this is going to be like for just creating your symbol title there, or a name or something like that. Then we can specify the length so that it can surpass a certain length. A title shouldn't be that long, so let's use a max underscore length property. Is it length? Max underscore length. What is the spelling for length? Should be ng. ng. I believe that's the spelling for length. And let me assign it to, for example, something like 100. I think 100 is fine. And then also the other field is going to be like now for the content itself. So for content, is going to be models first of all, to inherit that method models. Then here I'm going to use the text field. In Django, and then text field, and then here I'm not going to limit anything because it's a text field, so someone can write as many title or as many content as they wish. So I'm not going to limit it. That's why I'm just giving it an empty tuple here. Then let's say created at, so I'll use a small cases, created at. By the way, it's a good practice to create these variables with a small case. Created at, and then I'll assign here to models, and then models dot date time. I'll use the date time model, and then date time. Then it's going to, like when you submit the article, it's going to create the time that it was created, that time, the exact time that it was published. So I'll use the auto underscore now, auto underscore now underscore add. I'm going to assign here to the true, so that it can, when you just publish this article, it's going to automatically create this time, the time that it was published, that exact time. So, and then the other thing that an article can have is like a category. So for example, if it's an article about technology or anything, it's a good practice to have categories in your blog. So let me say category. I think this is the correct spelling, category. Then I will assign here to models again, models dot for category. This one again, I'll use the character field, and then because it's a category, also I can limit. So max underscore length, I'll use now this one, let me use 50. Yeah, 50 is fine. And then now for other, the one who wrote the article, I'll use these models dot, remember the models is going to inherit the models from, because we are inheriting these classes from models.model. We are inheriting these classes, so that we can use the same things, like at the models package, then at the model class. So that's why we are using the models, and then dot. Now here I'm going to use the foreign key, so that it can show the relationship with the order. When you write an article, it will relate to the author who wrote that article. So we are going to create the foreign key. Like for example, when you create a user, they are going to have their unique primary key for the user. But now when you want to refer to them, so you are going to use the foreign key, so that you can relate that article to that user. So we are going to use now the foreign key, foreign key, so that it can inherit the the properties of that user. So it's going to inherit here the user. The relation is going to relate to the user, and then also now let's also add in this other attribute, like on delete models. We're going to affect also the article. So on delete, so I'm going to use on underscore delete, on underscore delete models is going to be cascade. Now when you have on it, sometimes you can see it gives you some brief, like a description here. You can see a defined cascade. So the collector, you can see it gives you some short documentation here, so that you can see we have the doc string here, so that you can illustrate or explain well what these functions does. And then now lastly, we are going to use the views, because I will want to see if people viewed your article or not. So I'm going to use a views, and then here I'm going to use models again dot positive. Here is going to be a positive integer field. Then I'm going to assign by default, it's going to be to count 0 default. If people haven't viewed your article, it's going to be 0. default I'll assign here to 0. And then now let's now define that. Let's now use now this str function here, so that we may like return something on the same. So here I'm going to use the str. By the way, guys, if you are not familiar about these types, I encourage you to learn some basics of Django or Python, like to understand what this function does. These are the built-in functions in Python, and then a self, so that it may inherit the properties the other side. And then we are going to return self dot title. Self.title, like when you have when you are recording your data, like if it is in the Django backend or a Django admin, is going to use the title. It's going to use the title there, so that it can, when you click on it, then it is going to display other contents. So like this title is just like to show what the content, like related items are. Like for example, if it's an article about, let's say, technology, when you click on that article, you're going to open now these other things, the content of the article and the stuff like that. But I encourage you to learn more about this stuff. Just go to the Python and then learn more about it. Now we also need to register this model in the admin. So we'll go to the admin, and then here we can register the models here. So first of all, you need to have this first line of code, and then now the next thing, we need now to import now this model that we've just created here. We need to create it to like to use that model. We are going to import it. So we'll say it is from the current directory. Now for current directory, you are going to use the period from the current directory, which means it is in the same folder from the current directory. And then models, remember it is in the models.py, so you don't have to add in the extension.py, but you just say from models. You don't have to add in the extension, because Python automatically knows that it's a Python file. Then we are going to import. It was an article model. You can see this is the article model here. So we are going to import it here. So once we have imported, now we can register it. So let's register here. Or let me leave the comment here. Let me just leave the comment there, and then I'll use now admin.site, then .register, and then inside the parentheses we can type here the model that I want to register. So this way we will have registered this model. Now remember, this is just in a different application here, so we need to link it to our project. So how do you link it in the project? So to link it in the project, you open your project where it contains the settings, and then go to the settings, and then scroll down until you see the installed applications. Now we installed the REST framework, and then also we need to register the blog application here. So here I'll say so the first one is a REST underscore framework. Now remember, if you don't understand anything here, you can always refer to the REST framework documentation there. You can see this there. This is how you use it. In fact, let me just copy it so that I may be sure that it is correct. So you just pass there, and I remember that the parameters in Python, they are separated with the comma at the end. And then now the last one is blog. So blog, and then I add in the comma, so that in case you install a new one, it won't throw an error. So it's a good practice to always add it there at the end, so that when you install a new one, it's going to work correctly. Now again, let's do this. Let's also create the serializers. To tackle the APIs. So in this case, I'm going to the blog once again, and then let's go to this blog, and then we are going to create another file called serializers to handle the serializers for the API. So it's going to be serial. What's the spelling for serializer? So it is serializers. Serializers. I think this is the spelling. .py. Serializers .py. Now in this serializer.py, we are going to import now from REST. Remember we installed the REST, so from REST framework import serializers, and then now we need now to use that model that we created here, so that we may convert it to a serializer to make it an API. So I'll say from the current directory models, we want to make it to create that API here. So I'll say import article. But it was an article model, and then so we need now to define our the functionality, or to create now this the serializer for the same. So I'll use the class. I'm going to use class-based serializer here. So article. So let me just call it article. Sometimes it's a good practice to use a related name to be like a descriptive, so that you can understand what your serializers is. And I'm going to use the Pascal case in here to define these. But there is a good practice to define classes in Pascal case context. So a naming convention. So it is article, and then a serializer, serializer, and then I'll pass here it's good because it's going to inherit these serializers from the model serializers in the REST framework. So I'll use serializers dot model serializer, so that it can inherit the classes there. So, and then now the next thing, the order here, the order I want to separate the order from the rest of the field. So the order is going to be, what is spelling for order? I think that's the spelling. So the order is going to inherit to use a serializers dot read only field. I'm going to use the read only field, and then our source is going to be so use this equal operator, so that you can assign the source to order.username, so that you can only display the username of the order username. The username. Remember, when you create a user in Django, by default it will have like the field to create the username, the name, and all that. So it's going to only inherit the username, so that you can only use the username part. But now for the rest, it's going to, let me use now the meta class meta. Now in this meta, I'm going to use models. A model I'm going to assign here to article, the article, and then fields. I don't want to inherit everything. Fields I'm going to use only, so I'm going to use a list here, so that you can define what I'm going to use. So the first one is going to be ID, because I'll create the pagination for the article. So for example, when the article reaches 10, it will create another pagination, or basically for a particular article it will have it's like a unique number, so that you can read that content quite easily. And then also I'll create the title, and then the other thing, it will be the content. Remember all these things we defined there in the models while we were creating the models. so I'm just using them. Then also another thing is category. We'll use also category as a thing. Category, and then also author. Author is the person who wrote the article, and then the view. The views should be the views. Let me check the models. Yeah, it is the views, not views. Yeah, views like that. And then last thing is the created art. So I'll use a created art. Let me see if it's the correct one. Yeah, created art. Yeah, it's fine. And then now so I think in this case we are good. Perhaps I can create the function for that serializers for the API now, for the API view. So let me go to the views on the blog. Remember, it should be in the blog same. So let's create now the API view for the serializers now to work, to call it. So let me go to the views, and then so first of all I'm going to import. Let me delete this one from, because we are using now the framework. So I'll say from REST framework import, sorry, because now we are creating the API. So import, we are going to use, I'll use the generics, and then again I'm going to use the model that I will create. So from models import article. Remember, we have an article model here, article, and then the other thing that we want to import is now the serializers to use now in our API. So from the current directory .serializers import it was article serializer. So let's get there. It is article, and ensure that I use the correct spelling, others it won't work. So it is article serializers. So basically Visual Studio Code, it has the IntelliSense, so that when you just write it will do auto completion for you, so that you may not have issues. Now here, because we only have one serializer here, let me just remove the comment there, and then I'll say class, I'll call it article. Now this is where we'll define our endpoint and all those stuff. So here I'll say article list. Let me just call it article list, and then it's going to inherit generics dot list created list create API view. List create API view. I think this is final. Here should be dot, and then now let's now define what is going to use there, or what is going to return. So the first thing, let's create our query set variable. So for this, our query set is going to be for articles, article dot object dot all because I want to return all the articles. And then now let's now define the serializer class. So serializer class, I'm going to use article serializer still. Article serializer, remember I use the camel case naming convention. And then now we need now to create the URLs because now we are using the application in a different application. It's not in the same project. You can see there we want to create here the URLs in this application. So sometimes it's a good practice to do this way, because you might have several applications within the same project, so you don't want to like list all the project in the all the URLs in the project URLs. So it's a good practice to create the URL for specific applications so that you may manage all of them quite easily. So let me create another file called here urls.py, and then in this URL I'm going to import the path from Django. So from Django.urls import path, and then also we want to import now the view. So from the current directory views, import we're going to import the article list, article list. I think that's the spelling of the view that we created. Let's just check. Yeah, article list view. So it is article list view. And then now let's define our URL pattern. Remember, there are several ways on how you can define the patterns, but let me just use the default one, the simple one, patterns. And then this one, I'll define the path to article. It's going to be article, not the spelling for article, let me just call it articles. The path for article is going to be articles, so it is, the spelling I think is correct. Then ensure to be sure to add in the spelling, the first slash there at the end. Then again here let me now use actually let me use now article list view, article list as view. I'm going to use the article list as view. Is a function. Now we define it as a function, let's use it as a function, and then I'll be sure to add in the comma there at the end. Now remember, this is just a view that this is just a URL that we've created here in the blog application. So we need to make Django recognize this URL. So we need to register it in our project. Remember, the project is in this my blog. Then let's go to the settings, and then I register, not the settings actually, we go to the, remember we registered the application, but we have not registered the URL to handle the that file. So I'll go to the urls.py, and then we can use the include method here, the include function, so that we may remember it is in the same Django.urls. We can import the path, and then as well in the same one we can as well import another one called the include package, so that we can include now our other application here. So the path is going to be, so path is going to be the API. Let me use the API now, because we are using the framework here, the API, the REST framework. And then let's say include, and then I'll use now that blog. I'm going to include the URLs from the blog application, so it's blog.urls, and of course we can use here the postman to check how our API is working. But now I think now we need now to make migration so that it may be recognized, like this project to be configured, the tables to be created in the like now we've just created, but it's not recognized. So we need to make migration. So again, I will use Python manage.py make migration. Remember, make migration is just to make Django aware that there are new migration that you want to make. It's to make make migration command is just to make Python be aware that there are some new migration to be added. So you just make it aware. So once it is Now the command is not correct. Make migration, so it should be make migrations. I forgot. So you can see there this article model that we need to add it in our database. And then now, so once Django is aware of this one, then we can do this. You can see even the new other file is created here, the DB file, the SQLite, and then now we can now make the migration. So we are going to use Python manage.py, then migrate. Now we are going to use a different command called migrate. Migration is like to make Django be aware of the new table that or the new model that you want to include. Then now migrate is now to migrate now that the changes to the table now. So manage.py, then migrate. So I guess that is a correct function. So there are other things that were needed. It's going to include other things that are not like in our table. It's going to include other things because Django has its default things which will be created alongside your model so that it can work well. So it's going to include other things. So just type there Python manage.py migrate, and then it's going to migrate everything. You can see it includes other things that we didn't even create. So these are the default ones in Django. So this way the project is fine. Everything is fine, and then we can configure we can check it to the post the postman API to see how it is configured and all that. I think we need to test the APIs because I believe some people here are just the backend developers, they are not into the front end. So we need to test the APIs here with the postman so that we can see if the API is fine or not. Now we are going to use the postman as I said. So just go to just go to the postman page. Just search postman, and then now by the way you can use the web, or you can download. Now for me I had downloaded, so you can just go there and then setup, run there. You can create your account there and then use it on the web, or you can use the desktop. So for desktop, just go to postman.com, then download for your operating system, and then you'll have such an interface. So to create a new request, remember this one I'm not going into details to explain the API. This is not a course on API, but I want to show you in a nutshell how you can test the API if it's working or not. Now let's create a new here by clicking on the new, and then go to the file, then a new, and then I'm going to give it some seconds so for it to configure. Let me try again. So it should be new. I don't know why it's taking time to create, but it should create. Now let me try again. Let me create a new workspace. Let me just use a blank workspace, and then let me just call it Django should be Django blogger, and then I just leave it. And now this one is just for personal. I think this one is just for personal. Then let me create this workspace. Now in this workspace I can create now a new request. So let me create here a new request. I'm going to click here on that plus, then I'm going to create a new here request. I don't know if I can rename here. Let me see if I can rename. Now the environment here is by the moment is not. Now here let me give it, I'm going to run here a get request. So for you to have a get request, you need to have your application running. So let's do Django Python. So here should be Django Python manage.py, and then so basically manage.py is, I said that it allows you to run it's like our virtual virtual command line interface, you know. So manage.py, and then we can run here what we can run here server. So python manage.py run server, and then when you do the run server, once it runs, then let's copy this URL, and then let's paste there the postman. Now our project here is at the project here is at remember we said here when you go to the project, we said when you go to the URLs in the project, remember the URL or the pattern here it is API. So the API is the API for the blog URL. So I'm going to add there the API, sorry, should be here. So it should be API, then a / again on the blog application. Remember this one defines the URL for the APIs, but now when you go to the blog and then to the URL, we have a pattern there to the URLs, which is articles. So this is the pattern. This is the pattern. Remember, it ends with the / like that. Then let's try to run and see the the status. So when you run, let's run, and then now because I added some articles here, you can see it is displaying these articles because I had run. You can see the status here is 200, which means that it's okay. Now basically I created a super user earlier behind the scenes, but let me show you how you can create one. So to create a super user so that you can access the admin and create articles via the admin. Of course, you can as well do the post here. You can create the articles via the post method, but let me show you how you can do it with the admin, because I want to make it simple so that you can remember this one is not for postman tutorial. So to create a super user, just say python manage.py, and then I create super user. So it is combined. Create super user is combined. Then again I'll use a name tag. The super user is name tag, and then because it's already taken, so it's going to be like that. So or let me use another one. Let me use let me say test user. Let me use a test user, and then email address I'm going to leave it blank, and then the password let me say let me use a different password here. So the user is created successfully. Let's run our server, and then we shall log in. So this user is a test user. So I'm going to again to the Django admin. Remember now when you go here the Python project, Django project, the path for admin is admin. So it's here. So once the server runs, we can go to that path. So let me just go to that path, and then so it was admin. Admin. Now because for me I had already created one earlier, so let me log out first of all, and then let me log in again with test user. Test user, and then let me try to log in again and see. Yeah, so basically this is how you can log in, and then you can see we created a model called articles in the blog application. Now in this one I had created one with the name tag. That's why you can see articles. When you click on the articles, you can see this one here. Now let me create here with this user, test user, and then I'm going to add here an article. So the article is going to be the effects. The title is going to be the effects of AI, and then let me just say so the content goes here. Don't know how to make it like a kind of a long one, but this is just for testing. And remember, we limited the title to contain only the 100 characters, and then this one is unlimited. We just gave it unlimited. Then for categories, we limited it to 50. Then let's assign this user to, let me use name tag. Let me use a name tag, and then let me save, and then it's added. Now let's do our again, let's run it again. Let's send the get request again, and then now you can see we have 2 articles here, one with ID1, then another with ID2. So basically you can see the API is working fine. And remember, I think in the future we shall provide a full course on these APIs, but in a nutshell you can see it is working. So we can now create the front end. So I think at the moment, let me just minimize this one, and then let's focus on the front end. Now we say that we are going to use the React. We are going to use the React web framework, and I think we need to modify such that we'll have only a page we'll have a page where it will only display like a single page application. I think we shall also create that on the front end. So in this case, let's go to the root directory of our project. Let me Ctrl+C, and then now here I want us to create the front end. We want to create a front end. Let me just close these other things, minimize all things so that we can have a clean environment here. So CLS, everything is now clear, and I want us now to create the front end. So my blog, this is Backend project. Then now let's create the front end here. So we are at the root directory of the project. Then now here, we are going to use the React, and React is built from it uses Node package manager. So if you don't have Node, go to your browser and then download Node.js, download, and then download this node into your system. And then remember, for me, I already have it. Download for your operating system. For me, I already have it. So I'm going to run this command, npx. So to create our project, we are going to use npx create -react app React app, and then let me call it front end. Let me just call it a blog front end, or a blogger. Let me just call it a blogger front end. Front end, is this the spelling for front end? I think. And then let me just hit enter so that it can create that front end application on the same directory. So let's give it some time. So I think let me just I think there's some issue with the naming convention there. I think let me just use let me just call it front end. Let me call it front end in small, or a blogger front end. Remember, it seems it only want like in small for React. Then let me try to create again and see if it will throw another error. So let's give it you can see now it's creating, and it's here, a blogger front end. Now we are going to use the React. So let's give it some time so that you can install all the packages dependencies there. So let's give it some time so that it can do that for us. So guys, I think it has finished. Let's run it and see. Now we'll use the Node package manager to check if it's working correctly, if it can run correct. So npm start. At the moment it's just Now let's navigate, let's cd to our project. So to cd to the project, we do the cd, and then the project is blogger frontend, blogger hyphen front end. Let's cd there, and then once we are there, I think we can do it. We can run. We can do the npm start. Npm start, and then we shall see if it will work correct. Though I think we need to modify also the the models and the views, because I realized that we don't need like to display all the content in the articles page. Like we need to have a summary in the articles page, then I have a read more button where we click on it, then it directs us to the detailed page, or a single page displaying the content for the articles. So I think I've just realized that, and we need to modify that. So at the moment, I think let's just begin with that one first. Let's first of all, you can see now the React application is created. Very good. And then now I think now we need now to configure we need to configure the models. We need to configure the models, and then the models, and then the serializers. So let me go to React, not to the project, and then I'll go to my blog, and then to this blog application, and then to the models. Now I want us to include like the summary field, where it's going to contain some summary of the content, and then a short summary, and then so this is the model. Let me try to minimize this one. Alright, in fact, let me just close it. So I'm going to add in the summary. So created content, let me add in so that it to be like logical, like organized. So let me create here summary field, summary. Then I'll assign here to, again I'll use the model text field. I don't want to limit someone. Let me just again use the same. So this is the summary field, and then so basically we need also to update the serializers. So for this serializer, article serializer, and the serializers.py, let me update this one so that it can also contain the summary. So the title, and then we shall also have a summary, then separate parameters with the comma, and then also we need like to update. we need to update the database. So let's do let's open our command line. Let's open the command line. I'm using the shortcut. So basically we are going to do the manage Python. Let me use a command prompt, this one. Don't know if I can. Let me just delete everything, and then I have something that let me use a command prompt so that we may be on the same page. So here, let me just first of all activate. Remember that the Python should work in the virtual environment for you to be able to run it well. So the virtual environment is the folder is env. If you are on Windows, it is / and then scripts folder, because in the virtual environment we have the script folder, so it is scripts. And then again / and then in the script folder we have a file called activate.bat. So you can type the entire name, or I just say activate. So I'll say activate like that. Then you can see now the virtual environment is activated. So now we need to run here Python, or let me just use Python manage manage.py, and then make migration, because we've done some changes there. So it is make migration to tell Django that there are some changes we need to modify. So it's make migrations. I make migrations, and then so it is giving us some details. So the first option say provide one of default now. Will be set on all the existing rows with the null values for this column. So we want to, because we already had some fields, we want to set it to contain null summary. So I'll say 1. I'll use option 1, because the second option say quit and manually define a default value in models.py. So let me just use 1, and then it says type exit to exit this prompt. So basically the datetime and Django it is are available, so it's possible to provide the time zone now as a value. Then I type exit to exit this prompt. Let me just type there exit, and then let me see if it will work well. Then I think let me migrate. So migrate. We need to run the migrations once again. So we need to run the migration. I think we didn't set it well. So once again 1, and then now we need to use time zone now as a default value. So let me copy, and then let me add it there. Yeah, so you can see now it is created. We've done the migration. Then now we can run the migration. Python manage.py migrate, so that we can have new changes. So once again, let's go to the Postman and see if it's working. So once again, let me send. Okay, basically the server should be running. So Python manage.py should be run server. Then let's go to the Postman. Now test the APIs, and you can see now. So for summary, it's going to include only the date time. You can see now we have an extra field for summary. Summary is also here. So I think now this way we're able to to create the articles page where it will contain only the summary, and then now it will have the read more button. Then when you click on the read more button, then it's going to direct you to the single page with the ID of that article, so that you can read in details about that article. I think that is can be unique, important. So now we need to set up the front end. So let me minimize this section, because now I think we are done with the backend. With the backend is fine, we've tested it's working. So now let's navigate, let's CD to the front end and set up everything. First of all, let's try to view. So you can see these are the default folders which come with the React application. When we just install, you can see you have the modules or dependencies, and then we have some public. In the public we have the index.html and stuff like that, and then we also have src, and in the src we have the app.js. So this is what is running there. When you go here, you can see this is what is running there, and then of course you can modify. Let's try to modify this one. Let me just say call it let me say name tag is awesome, just to see that it's working, and it will automatically update in the front end. So basically we need to run the npm. So first of all, let's break the server, and then I'll navigate cd to cd to frontend, blogger frontend, cd blogger hyphen front end, and then let's do a npm start. Yeah, you can see now name tag is awesome, so it is working. It's working, and it updates automatically. Let me try to add in some exclamation somewhere, and then you'll see it will update it automatically. So now we want us to focus on the front end. We want us to focus on the, you can see it adds the exclamation automatically. So I think now we believe that the front end is working, and it's running under under app.js. So basically, once we are in this folder, I want us to use like sorry. I want us to use a module here, or a package here in React that will help us to like fetch the data in the backend. So we are going to use that package in this project so that we may be able to fetch the backend. So we are going to install the Axio for making the HTTP request. So on this one, let me break the server, Control-C. And then let me just type the Y to break the server. Then I'll run the npm install Axio. Npm install Axios, should be Axios, right? Yeah, the package. Then let's run the installation. And then once it will be done, I think we shall also create now the front end. I think in the meantime, I think let me create here the components folder for the project. So I'll go to the CRC folder, and then in the CRC I'll create here a folder called components. Components, these are like the pages, or maybe reusable components. These are like pages. How can I put it? Something that I want to, like, for example, you include it in other pages, or something like that, because React is more powerful on a single page application. So when you use the components, you can easily navigate to other components quite easily, without loading the entire web application. So let me just type their components folder. And in this component folder, I'm going to create the article list. So in the component folder, I'm going to create a file. And in this one, I'm going to use just a normal JSX. I'm going to use just a normal JavaScript file. I'm not going to use TypeScript or what have you. I'm just going to make it simple. And it's going to use XML here, just a normal like HTML. Is going to be just a normal like HTML, but in a future project, as we advance, we shall include other powerful language like a TypeScript, so that we may write a clean code, and such stuff. So here, let me just call it articles, and it's a good practice to use camel case naming convention. So it's article list, so that you can display the list of articles there. So it's going to be article list and .js. Yeah, article list.js. And then we shall also create another one for we shall create also another component like to display the single page, or article details. Let me just call it article details on the same component folder. So it's going to be what? Let me use article detail .js. You can use JSX or just JavaScript. It's just fine. let me do a CLS first. Yeah, so let me do a CLS there, and then what I'll do next is to create. Let me begin with the article list component, and then I shall also create one for the article detail component. So for article list, I'm going to use the use state and use effect component. So I'll say from React. So from React, comma, then I'll use here a set. So it's going to be use state. Use state, and then also I'll use the use effect. I use effect, effect hooks. Let me delete, should be React. I don't know why it, Visual Studio Code usually use the IntelliSense to autocomplete. So let me use a React, and then I'll use the use state, and then I use effect from React. So remember you're using JavaScript here, so be sure to end with the to end it with with a semicolon like that. So I think this way is fine. Then also we need to import the link. So let's say import I'll use here again a set, import link from React router. I'll use a React router.com.dom React router. Sure, is it React router? So React router DOM. Let me do this. Let me just go to the React documentation, and then I'll see the exact thing. I can't remember exactly, so let me just go to this one, and then I check the documentation on the React router. So this is the official documentation of the React router, and then a React router, and then let me just see something there. It's not displaying the way I wanted it, so let me just check. React DOM, so it is using React DOM, it should be React router DOM. Let me find better. This is 6, so let me use this one and see. Yeah, it's React router DOM. Yeah, this one is fine. So in fact, let's install, because I don't have it. So let me install. So let me go to my command line, then let me just install that one. Yeah, so basically now the next thing now, so we need to import the actual, so that we may fetch information from the backend. So I'll use from, let me clear this one, CLS, and then here I'll use import action. There should be access from the access. Remember we installed earlier from access, and always remember to close statement with the semicolon in JavaScript to show that you've completed writing that program. And then now let's create the variables here. I'll use the arrow function for this one. So let's let me use a const should be const variable declaration. Then I'll use the article list. Article should be article list. Then I'll use here an arrow function. So I'll use here an arrow function, then and then open the braces. So the first thing I'll use here now I'll create also another const here, const variable, and then let me list them. So the first one is going to be for articles. For article, should be articles, and then another one to set articles. So I'll use a Pascal case convention, to Pascal snake, camel case, set article. Set should be set articles. I believe my spellings are correct. And then here I'll use the use state. So let's say use state. I'll say use a state. I use state. Then let me pass here. Then let's close with a semicolon like that. And then now in this use effect, for use in the use effect in the use effect here, again I'm going to pass here what I'm going to use here again this arrow function like that. Then here I'll use now on this one, let me create, first of all, let me do a line break, or let me just create a braces there, braces, and then so I think so the first one I'll use the axio, because I want to create the endpoint, or how I can pull the data the other side. So again I'll use the axios.get. So it's going to use the get to fetch data. So get is going to use the get, and then and then get, and then so it should be now inside the parentheses, and then we shall use the URL, the pattern. So it's going to be API, should be API / articles. Remember, it should be the same like what was here. Where is that? Should be API. API is what we define in this one. Let me minimize this one. In the URLs, remember we use the API for the application that we are using, and then in the application we have the articles. In the URLs we have the articles. In fact, let me just copy it like that. Then in the articles list, let me just paste there so that I cannot use a different something else. So no, I should have copied the articles instead. Yeah, it's only that I'm not good with spellings. That's why I like copy pasting, so that I may write the exact things. So and then let me say, then by the way, you can follow the documentation of the axios, and then learn more, because for me it was prepared. That's why I'm just writing on this one. I have some basics on that. So I'll use a response, then again the arrow function. Then here I'll call it a set articles, that variable that we used, set articles. Now for set articles, I'm going to use the response. I'm going to use the response dot data. Let's terminate. And then also at the end of this one, again I'm going to use another one, catch. In case of errors, we need to, in case there's no articles or something like that, or there's an error, let's write a function for that. Again, I'll use the arrow function, and then on this one I'll open the braces again, I'll open the braces, and then here I'll say console. It will run something. console.error, and then this will be the error. For instance, let me say error fetching what should be fetching articles in case of such things, articles in case the API is broken, stuff like that. So it will display such a thing, then like that, and then it will display now that error, that it will display now the error. So it should be now the error. So now display now the error. Then let's terminate again. And then now let's close this one now. Let's close this one now, and then on this one let's close this one, and then I think we'll need also to do something else apart from that one. Okay, so and this is fine. Now on this one, I think let me do this. Let me just create here. Let me create here first of all a comma, then I'll add in now the empty brackets. I'll add in the empty brackets, then let me terminate, and then so let it return something in the event it's working correct. So I'll say return, then in the parentheses we can write here. Let's now define the block where we're going to write our code. Remember, this one is not like our normal HTML, so we need to wrap everything in a div, or it can be any other tag, provided you wrap everything so that it can work correctly. So first thing, I think, let me first of all just write a basic page just to display articles, and then I shall modify the CSS later, the styling and the full functionality or the interface of the page. But at the moment, let's just focus on whether it will fetch or not. So let me just give it a symbol h1. Remember, here we are using the XML here. So let me just type there articles, for example, articles for title, and then let's create like a function here. Let's create our function that handles the articles. So again, let me use the braces. Here, and then I'll say articles. Remember the variable, the articles that I defined there up there. And then we are going to map. We are going to map with article, with the article, then we define there in the backend. So article, and then is going to be an arrow function, and then again let me open the braces, and then again I'll use now the div again, div, then at the closing of div. How do you close div? So I think let me remove this first one. Yeah, so this one, and then here we are going to pass in this first tag. I'm going to pass here some key. I'm going to assign here to. I'm going to assign this key to article.id. Remember, these things are defined in the backend. Remember that we define it in the backend, the other side. So .id, and then so I think we are going to have the title itself. For the title, I actually use the h2. should be h2, h2, and then so it's going to be, and this h2 is going to be like article, like this thing is going to fetch the data dynamic from the backend. So it's going to be article, then dot title. Remember, this is what we define in the backend, in the backend. And then again, I think we shall also need to have the category. And the category, should I use it in line, but I shall modify it later. So the next one will be, I'll use a p tag. Let me just use a p tag. And then for this one, it's going to be again article, because it's fetching from the backend. So it's going to be article again. No, this one is going to be, let me type here category. Let me first of all type there category. Category. I think that's the spelling for the category. Then let me create a white space there. And then again, we are going to use the same article dot category. Article dot category should be category. That's what we define there, the backend. And then now the other one will be the order. So for order, I think again I'll use the p tag. I think this is spelled for order. And then for order, I think let me use again the same thing. Let me just copy article dot so this is order, article dot order. I think this is what I defined the other side. And then I think we need also to have the summary, or maybe before the summary we need to like display the views of the article. So I'll use the p, and then I'll say views. We shall style it later with the CSS, but now I'm focusing on its functionality first. If it's fetching well, and then I shall style it and add in more content later, including a very powerful front end. So here I'm going to use again article dot views. I think this is the model, like this is the field that we define there in the model. And then now lastly, now we need to have a summary in paragraph format, p. So this one is going to be article summary. So so again, it's pulling from the backend, like in Django, when you are defining when you are using the Django tags like for variables, you have to use these curly braces. That's why I'm using it for variables. So I'm going to target the article again, the article, but now I'm going to target now that summary part. I'm going to target now that summary part, and then I think I shall modify the fields that we added earlier. So it's going to be the summary, and then now, because now we need now, like when you click on that article, it's going to like have the read more button, so that when you click on it, then it's going to direct you to the article ID, so that you can read more about that one. So I'll use the link. Then to link to and then braces. Then here is going to be is a string. So let me say link to / then articles should be articles. Then / and we'll use the ampersand there. No, not amber, should be $sign. Then again here I'll define out the ID. So it should be article the article.id, and then I think it's fine. Then we can say article.id, and then we can close the start tag of that link. Then I here say read more. So be sure to add in this link attribute. We will not use the normal anchor tag. And then I think because this is an we want to use it in the application, so we need to export it. So we need to export this one. First of all, be sure to close here with the semicolon. We need to export it with actually we need to end it with the external that thing with the semicolon, and also this one also with the semicolon. Now because I want to use this component in the application in the app.js, so let's export. We are going to export default, and then articles, so the spelling for article list, actually article list. This is what I defined here at the top. I think here article list. I'm using the, where is it? Oh yeah, I'm using the, I'm using this one. I used article list, article list. So let me use this one, the article list, and then because that's what I defined there, so that I can use this one at the application. So this one is fine. So let's also create the articles details. Now that page, when you click on it, then it directs you now to the page for the article, to the article page. So here again I'll use let me copy these things. By the way, let me just copy. Let me copy these ones. Now in this case I think we don't need React DOM. Yeah, so, and also we need the Axio because we are fetching still from the backend. Now we don't need this link. Alright, let me just leave it there. Perhaps but then we can, no, I don't need this one. Remember, this one is a single page application. And then this one I need use effect, use state, and then so for React DOM, I think that one I need it. This one should be now from a React DOM, a React router DOM. By there, even this one I should have used React DOM. No, it was fine. This one is from React. I think there's something that I need to fix. Here. Oh, okay. So as it should be import. So here I should have used the import. No. Let me, because you can't use the two froms, so I think it should be import. First of all, it should be import. So it should be import. Sorry guys, I didn't notice that one. And then React use state, then from this from React. And then now on this article details, I think also this one I need to say import React, and then use state, use effect from the React, and then now here for this link I don't think we don't have to use the link. And then Axio we need still because we are fetching from the backend. Then so on this one we need to import only the, so this one is being repetitive. So I'll say here I'll say use params, use params. Use params from the React DOM. I think it's fine the way it is. And then to make our work neat, let me delete this one. and add it there at the bottom. So let's now define, because I was using the function based component, so let me just say const, and then I'll use the arrow function. Then this one is going to be article detail, not article list, article detail component. So article detail, and then I'll use the arrow function, and then let me open the braces. Now so let me define now my variables. So const, then here is going to be id, so it's going to be id, and the id, and then I'll say use params. Use param, now it's a function, so use params, then curly braces, then the other variable const, again here is going to be a list of variables here, so I'll list them inside the list. Now here I'll pass in the article still, I'll pass in the article, comma, also I'll pass in the set article, like that, set article. But then let me see the other one I used what, the other one I used set articles. Now because now this is a single article, we are going to say set article, yeah, so that I think it can make sense. So set article, and then I'll assign here to. Now here you use the use state null. Use state will be null this time. Null, null, then let's terminate. Then so we'll use the use effect. For use effect here, let's use again an arrow function here. And then let me kind of let me open this no, should be this should be the braces, sorry. Let me undo first of all. So this one should be the braces, the braces, because this is where we want to like write our code here. So I'll use again the axios.get. Then let's define the path now. So we are going to the string, so I'm going to say API still, API, and then the other one was articles, then and ID. And so for this one, so it's going to be ID. It's going to be, the ID. The ID, and then you add in the forward slash. It's a good practice that it ends with the forward slash like that. Now, JavaScript is not that sensitive to indentation, but let me create it so that it can be somehow clean. So let me add in here dot then, and then here I'll pass in the a response. Response should be the response. Then again I'll use the arrow function here. Now in this arrow function, let me open the braces so that I can add the instructions there. So I'm going to set now this one is article, not article, so set article. So set article to I'm going to pass in response, then data, response data, and then again so set response data, let's terminate, and then the other thing is to catch So I say dot catch. In case there's an error, we need to like set the errors there. you know the error handling. So let me say error. I'll use again the arrow function. In this arrow function, I'll pass here what? I'll pass here, let me say console. Then I'll then say dot error, and then in this error I'll say, for example, what can I say about this error in case there's an error? I'll say error occurred or something like that. Error occurred, let me say occurred here, while fetching articles, while fetching article details. Article details, then it will display now the real error here. So let me add in a comma, then let me pass here the error. Let me pass here the error, and then let's terminate. And then also here we'll need to terminate here, and then also here we'll pass here the ID. Now here at the bottom we shall pass in what? We shall pass in the ID. So first of all, comma, and then here we'll pass in the ID. And then let's terminate this way. And then now we need now to return, in case there's no error, we need now to return. So I'm going to return here this. So it's going to be, let me just first of all wrap our everything div with a div, or by there you can just use even the empty square brackets in the closing, it will still work, but let me use div. And then so here I'm going to say articles. So article here, and then so in case there's an article here, it's going to does what? Let me use a div again. Let me delete this first one. Again, I'm going to wrap everything here inside. So the first thing is going to be, let me just copy from the other side, then I shall modify where necessary. So let me just copy and to the article detail. So I think that the first thing that I want it to return is the article title. This one is fine. Then the category is fine also, order is fine. Views is fine, but now here is not going to display the summary, it's going to display now the content now itself, the content it's going to display the content. It's going to display the content, and then and then it's going to display the content. Otherwise, when it is like fetching the data, I think we need to display something there at the bottom so that it can show like it's fetching. So here, I think I'll say, now after this one, I think let me add in the colon. Then let me add in this one. Let me add in this one, and then I think I'll say, let me use a p tag here. Let me say loading. While it's fetching the data, let me use loading, so that once it's done, then I think it will work well. So and then we need to, I think there's somewhere where we have an error, that's why it is displaying this error. Now let me close the last one here. I think there's somewhere it's not closed yet. Let me check my code. Well, there's an error. let me just go through everything well, and then so for this article, then for the div is fine, and then the closing tag here in this div, actually this should be here. So this part I should be here on this div, on this loading part. Let me cut, and then this should be here. Yeah, so that one should be there for loading, and then and this closing div, I think this is fine. Then here you need to remove this one, and then close, and then also this one close. I think it should be fine. No, it's throwing an error still. I don't know what's the problem here. Let me see. Here I think it should be a colon somewhere. Yeah, I think it's sorted now. I had forgotten this colon here. So, and then also we need to export this one. Let's export this one. So export default. And since we're using the function-based component, so I'll say article detail should be article detail. Yeah, article detail, and then let's terminate. Then so I think now the component is fine. Then now let's set up our app.js so that it can contain those information. So I think in the app.js we'll need to include all these things. So in the app.js, so the first thing that we want to do is to import the so we need to import browser router, browser router. Browser router is router is router, also route, and also switch. And also switch from React Router DOM. Remember we installed, and we need to terminate here like this, and then so from React Router. There's this thing that it's added here by mistake. Yeah, I think it's fine now. And then also we need to import the Axios. Let me just copy that line, because we're importing this thing dynamic from the backend, so we need to use the Axios in the app, Axios. And then so again we need to import now those components. So from article list, from article, let's begin with the article list. I import components, and then an article list here. That's fine. It has done the auto completion. Then another one is from article detail. So from article detail is a component. So from article detail is going to import what? It's going to import that thing. So these are the components that is going to use them. And then now we need to define the router here, because we're going to fetch it dynamic. So let me say now in this application I want to delete everything here, and then I'll use my own. So from this so from this I return. Where is that return? Let me just delete everything there up to this point. And then here in this one, I'm going to use the router. I'm going to use the router. I'm going to use the router, and then here I'm going to use the div. I'm going to use here the div, and then in this div, I'm going to use the switch. I'm going to use the switch, and then I'm going to use root now. Root, then a path. So by default, this one is gonna be like the default. Let's define the home one. The home, so it's going to be this one just an empty one for So this is going to be exact component. Component exact component. So let me just type exact component, and then I'm going to assign here to the article list. To article list that variable. Then it's a self-closing, so we can as well to use the self-closing, or in React it allows self-closing, so you can as well use the self-closing. Then now the other one, let me just duplicate. Now on this one, the path is going to be article. It's going to be articles. Articles, then ID. Articles, then ID. Articles ID. Then this one is going to be component, just the component, then article detail. Article detail, like that. So guys, before we even run, we need to configure this front end to work well with the backend. So we need to configure the setting such that it is we can use now we can set now the template in system to point to this external application, the Django framework. We are not using the standard HTML here, we are using React. So we need to configure it. Usually have the default setting for templates, so we need to configure also the backend to handle the React parts. So let me go to my blog project, then to the settings. I want us to configure some things here and there. Now I think here first of all we need to import the OS module, import OS, and then also we need to configure to allow the host to allow several, because we'll be using the React, we'll be using React here. We need to configure so that it can allow such hosts, such hosts. So this list of hosts, I'll include the local host. Remember, I'm using the local host, not live in the server yet. So I'm going to use a local host. Again, let's add in the alias for local host, which is 127.0.0.1, and then also let's add in also let's include also this one. Let's also include this one, and then I think at the moment this is fine at the moment. And then now the other thing, we need to change the template in system of Django. By default the template system, it is set to a default is going to use just the Django application apps, the templates defined in the application parts. That's why I can see by default is this empty. Now if you want to set it to an external file, then let's do this. Let's change the base URL here. So I'll use a base URL, base directory. I'm going to extend it to contain to have this front end, a blogger, not blogger front end. So it's blogger hyphen front end, and then we shall run the build in the React application so that you can create a build folder that will be able to run effectively. So let me include here, though we shall run it later. So it's build, and then also we need to configure also the static. By default Django uses its static files, but now we are using an external application, so we need to configure so that it can understand the file, the external static files. So in this case I'll use static. I'll create a variable here for static files underscore dir, just a variable, and then this one I'm going to assign here to base dir, and then with this one, with this blogger front end. So it should be in remember Python is case sensitive. Blogger front end, and then we shall include the static not build first, and then also we shall have another one for static folder. Sorry, this should be build, then a static, and then be sure to add in the these are prevailing slashes here, this one. So yeah, I think it's fine. Then you can add in the comma there at the end. So this way you've defined the path to React front-end static files. So, and then now the other thing that we can configure is the URLs. Now we need to configure so that Django can use it can identify the patterns that React is using to define its paths, for example the pattern for the articles and stuff like that. So in this regard we are going to import some modules here. We are going to import some modules here so that we may be able to work with it effectively. So in this case I'm going to import, so let me say from I'm going to use from Django views. Now I'm going to use so guys, in this regard I'm going to import here some module. So let me import first of all the generic actually the template view, because we are going to use the template view. So from Django dot generic we are going to import template view, and then also I want us to import also the that handles the static files, the media, the static file. So I'm going to use from Django views dot static imports serve. Now when you have a serve module, so basically this serve module is to import serve function from the views, from the views, and I will be able to use it. So it will be pulling the data from the other side, from the Pythons. Now let's define our path. Now we are going to define here our regular path, a regular expression path. So I'll use re underscore path. And guys, if you are not familiar about the regular expression, I encourage you to go and find the documentation. This one also, it is available on the website, on our website nemtech.com, the courses about the regular expressions. Now let me add in some regular expression here. So here I'm going to use the exclamation mark. It means that it can allow anything. So, and then exclamation, then a forward slash, question mark, static. So the first one is going to for static. So so it can contain anything but has the static there, and then a // and then also let's add in another one. So let's add in another one. Now this one should be wrapped inside the this one should be wrapped inside the inside the parentheses like that. And then here I should have added this is called what? This symbol here that is used in the regular expression to show that the starting value should be anything, and then it has the static in it. And then also let's add in another one, so it should be a rounded bracket again. Then here I'm going to use the question mark, exclamation, and then /. So the second one is going to be for media, so let me use a media, and then I'll be sure to add in the ending, the / at the end. Then the other one, the last one perhaps, is for the path. So again a question mark, and then for path, and then now dot, and then asterisk. You can have asterisk here. Now first of all dot, and then asterisk, /, and then dot, and then asterisk, and then it should end with the with the $, and then yeah. So it has this closing, yeah. So I think let me check this thing well if it's correct. Yeah, so I think it should be there. And also I think we need, I forgot to import the path from this Django URL. So I forgot to add in this path, that's why it's throwing an error. I should have added this path for regular expression path. And then let me just be sure that I've written well. Let me just check. There's a regular expression pattern here. So R, and then question, exclamation, FAD, static. Yeah, this is fine. And then for the media, question mark, exclamation, and then media is fine. And then for path it is P. I should have used it here, P, capital P. I should have used here, there, capital P. Let me at least try to make here some, no, it's fine still. So for this one is fine, a dot, then path here inside, and then asterisk. I believe it's fine. So now basically this one is going to use the sub function from the views. Now the other one, let's now define for the templates, to handle the templates. Now this one I'll use again the repath, re_path. We are not using just the regular path. We are using this for regular expression here. And then here I'm going to use again, is gonna have the start, and then for example it is I'm going to use also this as dot, then asterisk, then the $ symbol, and the $ symbol. So basically this one I'm just defining how it should handle the path. Then also template view dot sview, s_view, and then I'll pass here the variable to contain for template name. So let me say template underscore name. I can assign here to because React usually use the index.html. I believe that is fine, and don't forget to add in the comma there at the end. Also here the comma there at the end. Let me just confirm if I wrote the correct thing. So this one is fine. this is fine. Template view, let's view the template name. Then this other one we confirmed it's fine. Now I think this one is fine. Let's now check. Let's now run the build so that we can have the build, because you can see here the settings. We added this build here, so we need to run the build from React. So let's open the the command line, the terminal. Then let's cd to blogger hyphen front end, and then let me run it. I've cd to that directory. Then I can now run npm not package manager run build. Now when you run, it's going to create here another folder in the blogger front end called a build. So this is the build that is going to be used in the production. And you can see there's this other folder here, optimizing production build. So this is a folder here for build. So it is failing to compile. Oh, by the way, you can see it is throwing an error that attempted to import the switch from the. So basically, I need to configure. I think React dismissed the switch. It's now using the routes. Let me just change that to. It is on the app, I think. So instead I think this one depreciated the switch, so it should be, where is it? So I think it's depreciated. So nowadays we use routes like that, and then so instead of switch we shall use the routes. We should wrap now our route inside the routes. So for it to compile well, routes like that. Let's again try to run the build. Let's run the build again so that it can do its work very well. And then yeah, so I think that this way it should work. Let me wait for it to finish, and then I think let's see if it will compile without any issue. Yeah, I think also there's some issues. The article list.js, I think it's kind of, I'm using a repeated variable here. So let me go to the article list in the components, article list. Oh, sure, I repeated this variable. You can see I had imported, then I re-imported it again. So it's throwing that error there. And then so let me try to run it again. No, not running. Let me now npm start. Npm start, and then let's see if it will work or not. And guys, I realize that sometimes it might fail to work. Sometimes it might throw some errors there. So what you'll have to do, ensure that you run this command here. So sometimes it might throw some errors there. So ensure that you go to, I think this one I'll add it to the, I'll add it like in the chat, so that in case you encounter any error, be sure to download this one. Sure that you install npm install react -script latest. I think you can just, instead of me promising and then perhaps I might forget to add in the description, just type here somewhere. Let me give it some seconds so that you can type this line of code, and then I run it in the command line. Now once you are done, just copy, go into your command line and then run. And let me first of all break the terminal. and then let me run this one. Let me run, and then so this one should solve any issue in case it throws an error that some things are not well configured, and then I think that one should work very well. And then yeah, so I think now let me try to run npm start, and then let's see if it will not work. If it won't work, then I think I will need now to configure it again once again to be sure that it's working well. So at the front end, src, then app.js. So let me just check on these things, and then I'll be sure that things are working very well. So the components are imported very well. Let's check the other thing. Now here, here I think the components are imported correctly. Alright, let me use root, and then path / or instead let me use element instead. So let me just remove, and then I use element. Let me use element, and then this element I'm going to assign here to. Let me assign this element to let me assign the element like to the article list now. To the article list, and then so for the other one also I'll use the element instead of the component. I think it might work. You know, let me use element and assign here to, no, this one is detail. Let me see if it will work or not. So npm start, because the element prop is like we have to use like the element prop to specify the component, and I think it should be fine. What else is not working? Route, yeah, we've wrapped everything correctly. Let me check if everything is imported well. CSS is fine, React, and then a router is fine. Things are fine. I don't know why it's not working well on the other side, or basically the Django backend is not working. So let me try to let me use an external command line interface. I think let me just open it, because it's pulling the data from the backend, and basically we need the API to be running. So let me say cmd, and then Python manage.py run server. Oh, basically I forgot you should have activated the virtual environment first of all, then a backslash scripts /activate, because we are using the local environment, so we need to activate the virtual environment before running the command, this command. So the virtual environment is activated. Then now we can run the server. So let me run, and so basically so path is missing one at the blog url.py. I think let me configure that. Let me check on the app to our project, then to the URLs, because it's saying that it's missing it's missing one argument. Let's see. Oh yeah, sure, it is missing that it's missing that that view. So let me just sort it out. It's missing like no, it's not actually the view. It should be, because we are using now this serve to use the views from the function, so I need to configure this one instead of the views. So I think I should have added here comma, comma, and then serve for it to work effectively. Let me see if the error has disappeared. Yeah, it's fine. Then let me now still it's not pulling the data, and now I think the other thing, let me try to use the path instead of using this this, like in this blog src components. I'm using these ones instead. Let me use just the let me just use the let me use here the what the pattern instead. So let me just copy actually the full URL. So let me just copy, and then now for this one, let me use this one. Yeah, this one, and then and then for article details. Now for article details, where is it? Not article list now, should be article list. So for article list, I'm going to use this part. Yeah, I think we need to configure to install another modules here, like the one that will handle the cross-origin resource sharing. Or because by the way, because we are using the Django. So basically, let's just import one. We can use the Django course headers, that is cross-origin resource sharing. So let me break the server first of all, and then it should be pip install Django cross. It should be Django COR. That is cross-origin resource sharing. That should be cross-origin resource sharing headers. By the way, if you want to find more details about this stuff, you can just go to the Django documentation and learn more about this one. Let me just paste there. So cross it's here. There's this documentation here, and this one, you can see how to install. So there's a command on how you can install pip install. So let me just run that command. So I believe this is the correct command. Let me run it, and then also I don't know why it's not like working. Could not find the version that satisfied the requirement Django cross from version none. So let me try to do this. Let me try to say at latest. I don't know if it will work or not. So still it's not working. Did I copy it very well? Okay, sure. So I think let me just say, instead of that Python, let me just say I think this command should work. Yeah, this one is working, this one has worked. Then the other thing here is to list it in the list of installed applications. So let me just copy this one, cross. Let me just paste to the settings. Where is the settings? Yeah, settings here. Now the list of installed applications. Let me add it here. And let me just make this work to be neat like that. Like that, and then So they were using the single quote. No, there's no issue with the single or double quote, but let me just list it here this way. And then the other thing that we need to add is the middleware. So let me just copy this one. Common middleware, I think it's there already. It should be listed there. Common middleware, it's not there. Let me just paste. Django middleware common. So this one is already there. It's already here, so there's no need to repeat. And then what else? Yeah, so for this allowed host, I guess let me just copy. Let me copy this cross origin resource sharing allowed host. Then I'll just paste somewhere. In fact, I can just paste even here at the bottom. And then now for this one, I think I'll use localhost under port, because Django by default it uses port 3000. 3 not React, should be React 300. 3000, not 300. Then also here let me use, because you can sometimes use 127 or a local host, they are liars. Then let me say 3. Though I had already defined here the top, these are the allowed host, but I think this should be fine now. For now, let me now let me try to rerun it again and see if it will. Again, let me check let me go to the Postman and see first of all if the API is still working. Let's just do a fetch. Yeah, it's working. It's working. You can see the JSON file is there. Let's try to visualize. Yeah, it's there. The data is there. Yeah, everything is working fine in the Postman. So I don't know why it's not fetching the information on this other end. So let me just see where the problem actually is, and then oh, I see the problem, guys. Here I think I should have used the internal. I should as well use the internal tags, to do this like this, and then closing like that. And then also on this other one, this way, and then the closing, and the closing like that. I believe it might work. Let me see first of all. Yeah, it's working. It's working, but now it's not fetching the data from the backend. Yeah, basically Django is running under port 8000. That's where we are fetching the data, the APIs. So this should be fine, because the other way it failed. It should be pulling data. So let me just confirm where the problem might be. Then basically let me check the port number that is running. Yeah, it should be. Let me try to use I should have used 30,000. Yeah, you can see now on port 3000, because this is what I set there, it's working. This is what I had set at the settings. So it is fully working. Yeah, basically this is what I had set. Where is it? I had set 3. It should be 300, not 301. Now let's see first of all if it's working well. Let me so guys, I think here it's not working properly. Like when you go to this page, it's not displaying the content very well. I think let's just create the serializers for even the article details, and then just do it practically without the regular expression thing. Let's just define the IDs on the on the views. Actually the serializers are the views, and then we shall modify the, actually we will modify the, we shall also modify the URLs. So let me go to the blogs application, then to the views. So far I have only the article list serializer. Now let me create the view for article detail now. But this is something that I had forgotten. Let me create the class for article detail. Article should be article. Should be article detail. Article detail. On these article details, I'll use again the generic, or I could have just duplicated this one. So here I'll just change it to article detail. Then generic again. Then so on this one is going to be retrieve, update, destroy API view, not these are list. So it's going to be retrieve, update, destroy API view. And then so the query says is going to be this one. Then serializer class is going to be just the same way. And then I think we are done. Then I think we can modify now the URLs, the URL patterns. Now on this one, I'm going to include also I'm going to include the the other one. So let me import the other one that we've just created. It's called article detail. The article detail, let me just add here. Now on this one is going to use the the IDs. So to define the ID, we are going to use the int, and then pk for primary key, pk, and then let's close it this way, and then / at the end. So it is int apk, and standing for the integer, and then primary key. That's going to be like the ID that is going to be used. And then now here is going to change here to article detail. Article detail as view as well. Now we need to modify also the URLs in the settings. The URLs in the settings, in the project settings. Now we'll no longer need these ones. Let me just remove them. Then let me remove this one. Also this one. I actually do not need now this repath, I also don't need it. I also don't need I do not need now I think I'll just import the views from the blog. So let me say from the blog application dot views I'm going to import. So the first thing that I'm going to import there is the article list, article detail, comma, then another one is article detail, article list now. And then I do no longer need this one repath. Instead I can include now this one, instead I can include now let me use now the framework, because I want to use now the format suffix pattern, from the I do not even need this one, the template view, because I do not need this one. And then include, of course the include I need it because for the external application. And then now the other thing that perhaps we can have here is the is the now from the now on this one, let me say from REST framework, I'm gonna import REST framework URL pattern, because I'm going to use the URL pattern from the REST framework. I'm going to say import format suffix. Is there something? So format dot format underscore suffix, suffix patterns, this one. And then once we have this one, I think we can call it here at the end. So the URL patterns we are going to assign here to URL patterns. I'm going to assign here to the format suffix pattern, and then I'll pass in the URL patterns, URL patterns like that. And then let me try to call the API and see if it will work. So this is the path. First of all, let's see if it's working. Now let's try to call the individual, like ID1, and see. You can see it's now working, it's returning. So let me say 2, and then it's working. So it's definitely working. Now let's go to the application, and then let's refresh and see if it will work. It's working now. Wow, this is wonderful. So I think let me just create some random articles from ChatGPT. So let me just open ChatGPT, and then I'll try to make the articles to be descriptive. So here, let me just say write for me tech articles short. Let me say write for me 5 short tech articles with the summary and content. So let me just tell it to write for me those articles. So the first one is the rise of AI in everyday life. So let me just copy this one, and then I think let me just try to use something descriptive instead of what we had here. So it's 127. Let me go to the admin, and then I try to modify the articles. So for articles like this one, for example, so for example the Tesla. So the title I'm going to change here to this one, and then for summary, for content, so the content is here. Now let me copy the summary first. Summary, then summary should be here, and then for content, let me just copy this content here, and then I'll paste the content there, and then the category is going to be artificial intelligence, perhaps intelligence. And then on all of them, this one let it be test user. Now let me modify. This one is modifying. Then let's change the other one is let's change the other one to so the second one is blockchain beyond cryptocurrency. Let me just copy this one. So this is the title, and then a summary. So summary is here, and then our content is here. So for content it is here, yeah, content is there, and then the other thing is so these are blockchain, and so let me just type there the category to be blockchain. So this one is written by name tag, and then the views, let me give it 4. But at the moment I'm just using these are random. It's not like it's not like that dynamic. Though let me save. Yeah, this one is changed, and then the other one I'll use impact evolution of 5G. Let me copy this one, and then let me just paste it here. Summary, let me copy the summary, and then so summary should be here, and then the content should be the other side. Again, this one is a technology. Let it be technology the way it is. Then let me save. Now the first one, let me confirm if so for content, yeah, it's fine. Now let's add in another one. Let me try to add in this one first of all. So these are 5, and then let it continue generating. So this is 4, then a category, this is what? Cybersecurity, and then the order is name tag. Let me save, and then now so for 51, let me use the future of work. Let me add, and I will try to see if it will display it dynamic from the site, so that we can know that it's working before we even begin the styling. By the moment, I'm not focusing on the front end. I'm just testing the configuration if it's working. But once it's done, everything is working well, then we shall begin the styling and also adding the front end page. So at the moment is not let me say remote work. Again, the order is going to be test user this time. Yeah, so I've modified. So let me go back and then I refresh. Yeah, you can see now the content are displayed here, but now you can see there's no even styling anything. It's just like that. So let me just view. You can see now the articles are being displayed here, and it's fine, so wonderful. So now I can see the page is kind of functional, though we need to add the pagination, because assuming the case where we have more than 10 articles, so we don't want to to pile all the articles in the same page. We need to have a pagination so that you can navigate to other pages, actually to have a good user experience in the site. So I think let's try to add in some small styling here, and then I shall create a full stack, a full-fledged styling here on this page, including the navigation, the header and the footer, the navigation sections and stuff. So let's go to our application, and that's Blogger Frontend, and then in this SRC, I'm going to create here another folder to handle the CSS. Let me call it CSS, or let me use a small CSS. And then here I'm going to add in all the CSS here. I'm going to add in, no, this should be a folder, not a file. CSS. Now in this CSS, I'm going to add in here app.css. Yeah, app.css, and then these app.js. I'm going to modify the CSS here so that it can include CSS. CSS, so that it can compile well, so that we may point to it very well. I think it's throwing an error. Let me try to see if it's so let me try to see if it will work or not. It has compiled successfully. Now let me copy this one and then let me go to the components article list first. Then here at the top, let me add it here. But now here I'm going to use I'm going to create, like, each component will have its CSS so that we may manage it quite easily. So let me call it article list, article lists dot CSS, and then another one will be article detail. Or basically, I think this one I can just use the same CSS, but because it's not a big site, so let me modify this one and I use let me use articles. Let me just call it articles. There's no need to have many CSS, and that's not a big system. Article.css. So this article.css, it will handle the article list and also the article detail. So I think here let me I'll use the article list articles. So it should be articles articles.css. This way I think it should be fine. Let me use 2 dots, and then instead of CSS, it has worked. It has worked actually, because I hate to use these 2 periods because it's going to another level. It's not like when you use the period, it shows that it's the current directory. So when you're adding 2 period, it's showing that there's another level of where it's going to target the articles. So I think now this way it's fine. And then we can begin the styling. So let's begin with the global styling. In this case, I'll use let me use asterisk for global styling, and then margin I'll give it 0 by default, because our browsers usually have their default styling. So we want to reset everything to default so that we can style it on our own. Also padding, let's reset everything to 0. And then box sizing, I'll also include it here. Box sizing, I'll give it to border box. And then for length, for anger, I think I'll use or maybe for list, not list actually, text decoration, I'll give it this text decoration, I'll give it none. Or any other thing that will come up, I think we shall add there. So let me add in the background in the body. In the body, let me add in the background color. Just to see if it's working or not. It's working. The background color is working, just to see if the CSS was working. And then now for background color, I think here I can use a light gray, and then so now let me target this page. So for this div, I think I can add in the class, or rather, let me add in another class here. So let me use a div. Now in what? Basically in React, to define classes we use class name. Class name, yeah, we use class name instead of classes. The default class in CSS, so we use class name. So this one I'm going to give it let me just call it articles. Articles, yeah, articles, and then I think let me copy the name. So it will be dot articles. I'm going to give it a margin of 3 or a 4. Let me use a 3%. Let me first of all see. Let me use a 4. I think 4 it will be fine. 4%. And then the other thing that I want to say, let me first of all see this one. Yeah, this is fine. Now the other thing that I'm going to design or to work on is let me add in also here a class. Let me add in also here a class name. Class name, let me just call it a container. Or rather, let me call it card. This should be card because it's now containing the individual article. So let me call it card. Let me call it article card. Dot article card, and then in this article card I'm going to give it Alright, before that let me target now the main container of these ones. So it's going to be let me see. Okay, on this one let me try to say display for a display to be flex. Let me see first of all. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. And then I'm going to give it justify content. Justify content. I'm going to use space between, and then now for cards, let me give it a background color. I'm going to give it white. A background color, I'm going to give it white. But now there's this part where we have the articles. Why is it articles? I think articles shouldn't be like listed in the inside. So this title should be here at the top, or this one should be here at the bottom, because I don't want it to affect the rest. And then so justify content space between, then a flex wrap. I'm going to use wrap. Let's see. A flex wrap. Then width. I'm going to give it no, on this one I'm going to give it a flex basis of 20%. Let's see. 20%, and then pad margin. Let me give it 2%. No, 1%. Let me use a 1% instead. And then padding. I'm going to use 2%. So I think at the flex basis, I'm going to give it, or rather let me try to comment the margin and see first of all how it will look like. No. Or what I can increase is the flex basis. Let me give it 25 or even 30, so that we can have only like 3 articles per page. I think that this way is fine. This is fine. And then now let's style these titles here at the top. So for colors, I think it can be black at the moment. Now let me reduce the padding to 1.5%. And then the other thing that I'm going to include here is let me make these things to be like inline. Let me use this like this category order and test views to be like inline with some colors there. So I think in this case, let me just go here, and then in this one I'm going to use a span. It is an inline element. Span, then and then the other thing that I'm going to include here is the category. After this one, let me add in the span. So here should be also span, or you can basically use another inline element, not a must to be span, and one of your choice. Span. And I actually don't need this one. Let me instead use a pipe there instead, and then again. Now this one, let me copy the order. And then for summary again, I'm going to use a span. And then here I'm going to say views now, 0 views. And then let's see first of all if it's inline. Yeah, it is inline, but now here let me use a H2 H3 in fact. Let me use a H4 and then H4 I think what I'll have to separate is the title. Now the title I think I should have, let me just separate the title so that for titles it will contain like let me use H2 for title. Now for title I have to remove this first pipe. Yeah, it's fine though. Now I think I need to make these links to be blue in color. So I think I'll go to H4. So article card, or let me just copy this one. Article card, then a H4. I'm going to make them blue color. So color to be blue. Let me use blue. Yeah, blue. Then let me add in some padding or a margin of 1%. Sorry, let me use 2 instead, or a 1.5. Let me use 2 instead. Yeah, 2 is fine. And then for this read more button, let me make it a button now. So for the button, let me see the tag that I used. It is link. So the link is Anchor tag now in CSS. So let me use this one. Then I'll make it an Anchor. So you define there as a link, but here you to style it to use the Anchor tag. So the color, the background color. So background color, I think I can give it. So background color, let me give it blue again. Then a color, let me give it white. And then for padding, let me give it a 5 pixel, 5 pixel, and then 10 pixel, that is left and right, top and bottom, and then I need to add in what so let me remove this margin property here, margin, and then the other thing that I can include is the now on this article part, on this part where we have the article summary, I think I'll make it also on the p tag. Let me just so it should be p. So margin, top and bottom, I'm going to give it so margin top and bottom, I'm going to give it top and bottom, let it be 3%, and then left and right, I'm going to give it 0. Also, I think for this one I forgot I should have used 0 for left and right. So so top and bottom, then a 0 to be left and right. Yeah, this way I think it's fine. Though let me increase a bit on this one to be like a 4. And then now that anchor tag, I'm going to give it a margin radius, border radius of 10 pixel, or let me give it 15% border radius. Is it percent or a pixel? Let me use 10 instead. And then on this one now I will use the that symbol for arrow. So let me use from top symbols, entities and code. Basically the other platform where you can access it, but I usually like this platform because I can just do a copy paste. So it should be arrows. Then let me find that arrow. Actually, that symbol for this one, like this one. Let me just copy this one. Then it will be read more. Then I'll add in that arrow. But it looks to me like this one is too big. Let me reduce it to 7. Let me give it 7 instead. Yeah, 7 is a bit smart. So I think it's fine. But now, should I use sender instead? These articles instead of space between. Let me use a sender. Let me use sender instead, and I'll see. Yeah, sender I think it's fine. Yeah, for sender it's good. But now these colors are too shouty, the blue ones. Alright, let me use any other complement for blue here. Let me see complement for blue. For blue, complementary color for blue, I'm going to use complementary color code. I want to use a different color, so this is I want to use the complementary color of blue. Should I use green? Green, does it complement well with blue? Let me try green. I don't know, I'm not good at colors, but so color, let me just use that CSS. Let me see. It's not selling. Let me use here. Which one? Let me use green here and see. They don't blend well. I don't know why. But still, it should be a darker one because the foreground is kind of. Or on this one, let me use red on this one. I think red it will blend well. Let me use red. Or let me use hot pink. Hot pink and blue, does it really work? No, let me use red. Let me just use red. Yeah, I think it's not bad. Let it remain the way it is, like that. And then yeah, so now when I click on it, it's going to direct me to this other page. So I think I'm going to copy the same stylings on this one. On this one, and then yeah, let me copy the stylings. So for article list again, where is the article list? Article details now, actually should be article details. And then for article details, I'm going to give it the class. I want it to inherit the classes. So let me also wrap everything in a div the way I did in the article list. So let me just wrap everything here. Not a list, actually a div. Yeah, this is fine. And then the other thing that I can include is so the other thing that I can include on this one is let me add in the classes for these articles, or rather this paragraph. Let me add in the class name. Class name, I'm going to use paragraph. Para. Let me just say para. So the main container is articles. Yeah, the same way it was here. Dot para. And then on this one, I'm going to give it a margin of 4%. And then the other thing, so margin is going to be 4%, that is top and bottom. And then 0 left and right. Let me see. Not 4, actually, it should be something like 2. And I tend to think like I should give it a different class. So instead of article, let me just call it article 1. And then on this article 1, I'll give it a margin of 10%. A margin of 10%. Then let me just change here to article 1. So this should be left and right. Left and right. So for top and bottom, I'll use again 4%. 4%, then left and right to be. Also here I should have added the 1. Yeah, I think this is nice at the moment. We are going to style it further, but at the moment I think it's not bad the way it is. Now we need to add in the headers here. We need to add in like the navigation section there, so that instead of going this a long way, we'll be using the but this blue is not pleasing. Should I use the yellow instead here? Or orange? Yeah, let me use the orange here instead of blue. Let me use orange, because I think it doesn't blend well. So wherever we have blue, let me use orange. Yeah, I think the orange is fine. It blends well with this red one. So so you can see now it is dynamic. Now let's try to add in a new content, new article here. So let me go to ChatGPT, and then I'll write some articles. So let me say, write for me take a short. It should be a short take article with a summary, and content, and short content. Yeah. So this is the title. So let me go to the admin, and then I'll add in this article. The title and the summary is here. Summary. By the way, I think I should have interchanged such that the summary goes here, and then our content goes below. I think I need to sort that out. I need to like interchange so that it can be quite easily, nice. Let me try to and then let me category again. This should be transforming the tech landscape. So let me just say technology. Then the other is going to be test user views. Let me give it 4 or 10 even. Now in the React application, when we refresh, we'll see that it will add in an extra article. So it is dynamic. But now this summary is so the summary is not good, and also the formatting is not quite nice. But I don't want to go into that. Perhaps let me just try to reduce the summary here. Transforming the tech landscape. The summary, let me reduce to where? Let me try to reduce it to this point. The React application, yeah. That still is not. Let me remove it from where? This point. But I think you understand the idea. You understand now the idea here. So it is dynamic and it's working super fine. It's working very, very fine. And I think we'll need also to add in the format in there, so that we can format our content very well, like to have the titles and actually in this paragraph, we need to format it well, like you saw the other side. You saw the other side here. It's just like a continuous line instead of having the line break. So what I'll do next, let me work on this navigation instead of brute forcing, like going back manually. We need to have the pagination. We need to have the navigation section, so that when you click on it, it takes you back, and then you can go back to the other page. So guys, and before I do that, let me try to customize this one to be like a more attractive, like friendly. These pages, like to add in some radius here and there, border radius, and then also I tend to think like I need also to have this like it's just plain. I need to add in the categories here so that it can be quite nice. So in this regard, let me go to this one. Let me go to this section where we have the article list. Then at this part where I have this H4, let me just copy, and then to the article detail. I think I need also to add in here. I need to add in there. and then to the CSS on the article 1, where was that here? So the H4, I'm going to give it a color. I'm going to give it a color of red. Let me see. Yeah, red is totally fine. Perhaps if I can remove this one to be 1. Yeah, 1 is fine. Yeah, 1 is fine. Then I think I can also wrap everything here inside inside, like to add in the color, white. I need to add in like the white background. So let me add in what? Let me add in the background color. It should be white. Let me see. Padding, let me add in. Padding, let me give it 3%. Yeah, 3% should be fine. Yeah, 3% is fine. Let me check on the rest. And then now on these ones, I think I don't like these sharp edges. So I think let me try to like make it kind of attractive. So basically on this article card, let me add in the border radius. Border radius, I'm going to give 20 pixel. 20%. 20%, that is on the top left, and then 0 on the top right, and then on the bottom again I'm going to give it 0, and then on the bottom left I'll give it again 20. No, I think here I should give it 20%, and then at the other side I'll give it 10. Let me see. Let me reduce to 10 to 15. Let me see. Is it really nice? And then I think I need also to add in the border. So for border I'll give it 2 pixel. I'll give it a 3 pixel solid. Then I'll use orange. It's too shouty. Let me give it 1 pixel. Yeah, 1 pixel, I think it's totally fine. And then I think let me give it 10 pixel, the radius. It's not. Let me give it or a 12. Also here 12. Yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. And then let's see what we can do on this one. I think also on this one I can add in the border, the border, so that it can now be not that plain. So let me add in the border, and this other one for article card. No, for this one it's just so for border, I think let me add in the border. Let me give it to 1 pixel. 1 pixel solid orange. Then let me add in the border radius. So for border radius I'm going to give it Let me give it 7 pixel, 7%, 7% both sides. No, should be 7 pixel. Let me use 10 instead, or even 15. Yeah, I think this way is fine. It's wrapped very well. Now let's add in the the headers. Now on the headers, I think I'll use, because this is just a single page. You can see it's not loading here at the top. It's just a single page app. So I need to, like, when I add in the header here at the top, it's going to affect all the pages. So let me go to the app.js. And the app.js, I'm going to do what? Let me wrap everything here. Now on this one, on the routers, where should I add? At the end of these routes, let me add in now the header. So let me just create let me just use header instead. Let me just say header, and in this header I'm going to use the anchor tag. So I'm going to use, not anchor tag, I'm going to use the list, the another list. Then in this list I'll use li. Now the list itself, so element number 1 should be home. Now it should be in the form of an anchor tag. Should I just use the normal anchor tag or a link tag? Let me use link. I'll use link here. Let me use link attribute, sorry. Link. So the first one will be for home, and then the other one should be, let me say, about, and then contact. Now we need to add in the link to the way we use the anchor tag, anchor tag, then a hyperreference. Now in this case, when you use the link, we are going to define the two. We are going to use two to define the path. So in this case, I'm going to use so for home, it's going to be the landing. So I'll use this one, and then for about, I'll use the two. I'll create another component for about. So it will be about, and then the other one should be to contact. Yeah, to contact. So let me open and see first of all. I know by it's throwing an error on the link. Basically I'm using the small l. It should be capital. It should be capital to begin with. So the link in the React DOM, it should be begin with the capital D. So let me just change capital L actually. So let me just change to link. So for it to work, let me just see. I should have imported the link also there at the top. Now to import the link, let me just copy from this article list or article detail, wherever. Then I think I have to import this link from React Router DOM. Then I'll use it in the home, where is app.js. Let me just import it here so that I can be able to use it well. Let me open. Yeah, so now I think the mistake that I did, is I need to add this one at the top, for this navigation to be there at the top. So let me just change. So the header should be here first. The header should begin, and then these are the things to follow, because these are the pages. So the pages should be at the bottom. Then the pages should be at the bottom, and then the components should be now at the bottom. So I need to add it here for it to open like so basically the content should be open here. This is how the header should be, like up here. You can see it's a single page application. So let me try to style this one now. In the app.css, let me try to close these other things that I no longer need at the moment. So in the app.css, now app.css, I'm going to like let me begin with the header. So let me just begin with the header there at the top. So the selector, it was header. So the header, then let me add in the background color. So background color, let me use just blue. And then so for the items, so I'll use the header. Should be header, it's not a class, so it's header. And then header, and then UL. So for UL, I'm going to use I'm going to use a text align. I'm going to say no, align items, should be align items. Display, I should have used the display property. Display should be inline block, block. And then for li, so header ul, then li. First of all, let me see if it's having the effect, because it seems like I've forgotten how these things should be written. Now let me try to add in this property here. I'm not sure if it will work or not. Yeah, basically it should be here. And then let me add in the padding to be not padding, actually should be margin. Margin should be, and the margin should be let me give it 3%. Then here I should have used the display flex. So for margin here, I think I should have used a margin that should be left, top and bottom should be 0, or I can even use 1%. Yeah, 1%, and then let me just use 1%. 1% throughout. So color, let me give it white. Should be white. And then the font weight, let me give it, or a font size, first of all, let me give it a 20 24 pixel, and then on the font weight I'll give it 500 actually. 1.3 RAM. Let me see. This is fine. And then these are where I wanted these ones to be displayed the other side, but it's not working. So I think let me just leave it the way it is. And for these articles, so first of all, let me see. You can see now it is displaying all the pages. I think this home, let me just call it articles instead of home. It will make more sense. So let me call it articles or blogs instead of articles. And then there's a way I wanted this to be displayed like on the other side. Let me add in another one. So on this header I'm going to use, let me use logo. Let me use another div here. I'll call it logo. I think this way should work. Div, then let me call it logo. So the class name should be logo. Let me just say logo. And then for headers, I'm going to use the display flex. Display flex. Then I justify content. Justify content. I'm going to use space between. Yeah, and then margin, padding. Now the padding, let me use 4%. 4%, that should be, and then a 0%, 0% top and bottom. Alright, let me use 1, and then for the blocks, actually for these elements, I think let me use for those ones, for the li, let me use margin of 2, or let me use the 2, yeah, 2%. Now the element itself, I think it should be anchor tag. Yeah, sure, it should be anchor tag. Let me add in the margin of 2%. Let me see. Should it be at the li or yeah, I think it should be at the li, and then 0% left, top and bottom. Let me increase to 4, or let me increase to 5, and then at the overall margin of the headers, padding, let me increase to like 6. Then at the logo, I'll add in the same properties, the same way. Now this should be the class name I used logo, so it should be headers logo. .logo. I think this way it's fine the way it is. Now I think the other thing that I can add is these articles. I want them to be here, the sender. So it is going to have the same like properties. It's going to have the same properties here, but like it's going to, I want this to have this styling. This is for article details, I think. Let me style it. So this is article list. Then now we have that part of the title articles. So let me use it is in the article CSS. So let me just call it let me call it header. So class name, I'll use header. So let me just say head. The same will apply on the article details. Where is the article details? Yeah, article detail. Again, I'm going to use the same thing here, but now here is going to be how can I call it? So on this one, let me call it latest articles. Latest blogs. And then blogs detail. Let me just call it detail. So the styling is going to have the same styling. So on this one, let me just go to I'm using the article.css, so it's going to have the same styling. So let me say dot head, then the styling here, I'm going to add the background color. I'm going to use which color can I use here? Should I use, let me just use white. Let me see first of all. And then text align shall be sender. And then let me add in some padding or a margin. Padding, there should be padding. Let me give it 4%. That's too big. Let me use 3. So it's becoming nice. So let me go to read more. Yeah, so you can see now this one is blog details. And then again, I think I should add in something here at the bottom to make it more interesting. So let me go to the blogs, and then yeah, all of them are working fine. But now I need to add in the footer. And then also I need to add in some pagination so that I can list some few articles here at the bottom. So I think in this case, let me just go to the app, and then I'll add in the footer. So app.js, and I'll make sure that it's there at the bottom, but it shouldn't be before. So that footer should be within that div. Remember, div wraps everything down. So yeah, it should be between these div. Then here I can say let me say footer. And then in this footer say 2024. It's not even dynamic. 2024 at 2024 at copyright at, let me just say copyright. I don't know if it makes sense. Copyright and then a pipe designed by, and then I'll use an anchor tag here. Let me use anchor tag now, just the normal anchor tag with the hyperreference pointing to nametag href. Href, in this href I'm going to type here https nametag.com, and the name should be nametag. And then what is, let me first of all see how it is displayed here. It's here at the bottom. Is it $sign? Let me search for copyright and see if it will be there. Yeah, here it is. Let me just, I think it should, I forgot to add in the near the bottom, the semicolon. Yeah, like that. Let me see, where is it? The React app. Yeah, it's fine. 2024. So let me style now the footer. It is in the app.js, so footer should be here at the bottom. So for footer, I'm going to say background is going to be black. Background color is going to be black, and then a color I'm going to use white. And also for text align, I'm going to say sender, text align sender. Then some padding, or padding I'm going to use, let me use 4%. Let me see. Yeah, so it's not that bad. Although 2024, let me add in something like all rights reserved. And then I'll say, for example, designed by, so to make it a bit long, so let me say copyright all rights are reserved. All rights reserved, designed by, so I think by nametag here, so I think it's not that bad. Yeah, you can see guys, it's going to be like it's coming to be a complete blogger websites. So let me go to this one. You can see it's working. So I think the other thing that I want to include is the pagination, because assuming the scenario where we have 100 articles, we don't want to list them in this same page, so we need to add in the pagination so that we can navigate to other pages as well. So in this regard, let's create the pagination. So now to implement the pagination system in a REST framework, I think first of all you need to install the REST framework. By the way, we installed it earlier. So I think the next thing is just to set up everything. So I think let me go to the to Django. Let me minimize everything to the blog. Then let me just create another file called pagination. Pagination.py, and then in this one I'm going to define here, I'm going to create here a class. So from REST framework pagination dot pagination import. We are going to import here import page number pagination, and then here we are going to create a class of which is going, let me just call it a custom. I want to define our own, like a custom page number pagination, and then it's going to inherit the properties from this page number pagination from the REST framework. And then now let's define the number, page size and stuff like that. So page size. But there, guys, you can just go to this site. Let me use this ChatGPT. So let me say Django REST framework pagination. Pagination from Django REST framework. And then I will see how you can create like your custom pagination. You can see these are the properties. You can see if you want to use it in the system in the global level, you can define it in the settings. But now, because I want it like to affect only some parts, because I might have also the pagination in this other section, like on this one, I'll like add in like a related articles here, and then it will have the pagination there at the bottom, so that you can navigate easily to other pages. So I don't want to use it in the global level. So in this case, let's define the page size. So for page size, I'm going to assign here to 6. It's going to be 6, so the number of items per page. And then so for page size params, I think these things is here. Page size params is going to inherit the properties from the page size, the variable for the page and page size. So ensure that you write this way. Just follow everything the way they have provided here. And then so max page size, in my case I'm going to use for example so page size, assuming that you have for example, so this one will only work if you have, let's say, less than 1,000 or 100. So let me just say max page size, because I'll not want a scenario where you will scroll to infinity. So let's assuming that the articles should be, let's say, 100 maximum number of posts, but a page size should be, let's say, 100, so that it cannot surpass there. Now once we've created this one, I think we need to customize the views. So let me go to the views. And then so this is the article list. By the way, we shall also create another one for article detail. Now for article list, first of all, we need to import the pagination from the custom. So from the pagination file, the file is pagination.py. So from the current directory, then the pagination.py file, pagination import. We want to import that class called what was the name of the class? So the pagination, where is it? Let me try to minimize other things here. Article detail. So this one that I've created called pagination. Here it is. So the class is custom number pagination. So here it should be custom number pagination. And then once I have that class, I think I can now create here a class for pagination class, and this article list pagination class. A pagination class I'm going to assign here to assign here to the custom custom pagination. So now I need now to modify. We are going to modify the the component. We are going to modify this component article list, so that it can have other properties that will be able to implement this feature here that we've defined here. So now I think first of all we need to add in some classes here, some other classes for example the next page in the stuff, like the variables here first of all. So here at the top, let's add in another one. We shall use the useState hook again. So const, then here I'll define these variables. So next page, and then the other one will be, for example, set next page. Set next page. Again, I'm going to use the useState. Also use state. I'll use here. So here should be null. I'll use null. The initial to be null. And then so for assuming that you don't have any article, so the initial should be like a null. Don't have those next and set next page stuff. So then the next one will be const, and then so the other variable will be now for previous. I'll use prev page, comma, and then also set previous page again. The use state will be null. So use state will be null by default, assuming that you are in the landing. So use state will be null again. So it will only work when you have the article that have surpassed 6. Remember, we defined it to 6 in the pagination. Here we set it to 6. So now in this case we need to modify some things here and there. There's some things I'm trying to figure out a proper way on which I can use these things to work properly. So on this fetch, and then articles. So guys, I think the best way for you not to get stuck here, let me just comment these things to the return, so that I may not make people get confused. Let me comment this one first of all, because I want to write in a proper way instead of modifying each element. So first of all, I'll use the use effect. Use effect, and then here I'll use I'll set it to, I'll use an arrow function here, then I'll assign it to. So for this use effect, I'll use the arrow function. Then in this arrow function, these are the instructions that I'm going to have here. So I'm going to say fetch article. Fetch articles variable. I'm going to use a fetch articles variable. I'll assign it in a few. Fetch articles variable. I'm going to use this API endpoint. So I'm going to use this API endpoint. It's going to fetch articles from this API endpoint. So be sure to close here with the semicolon. I believe, I had forgotten to add in the close in there at the end. So now, so first of all, I'm going to give it. So initial state, I'm going to give it the empty one, and then I be sure to close. Now we need to implement or to create a variable for the fetch articles and see what we can do with it. So const for that variable, fetch articles. Then this one I'm going to assign here to, I'm going to assign it to async. I'm going to assign it to async. Then URL, and then I'll use again the arrow function. I'll use here the arrow function. Then these are the instructions that will be there. So first of all, I'll use the try. I'll use the try I'll use the try here. Try catch in case there's an error. So instead, so for example, there is an error, we should implement something there so that it can work well, instead of just giving us the bugs. We need to write there the errors. Instead, it cannot fetch the articles very well, so we need to use these exceptionals. So let me say const. I'm using the const variable here. Response, const response. I'm going to assign here to await. Await. Then I'll use the actual. Remember our actual, this actual module, is used to help us to fetch the APIs from the backend, from the backend. So actual.get, then we shall pass here URL, and then be sure to close here to terminate the statement. Then again for set articles. So for set articles, I'm going to pass in response. I'm going to pass it response, then data results. Let me terminate. And then for next set next page, I'm going to pass here response data next, and then set previous page. I'm going to again pass here response data previous. Let me say previous. But now assuming that there's an error, so we need to use the except. So let me say in case there's an error, it will catch the error, and then it will catch the error. And then here I'm going to pass here the what's going to display in case there's an error. So I'll use the console. Is going to display the console dot error, and then I shall pass here the error itself. So let me say, for example, the error will be, let me say error fetching articles. And then it will display the error itself. So error. So, and then now error. So the next thing, let me terminate first of all with the semicolon, and then also let's terminate this one, this entire thing. Also now let's define the end and the previous page, the functionality here. I'll use again the variable const, and that will handle the next and the previous page. So let me just call it handle, for example, handle next, And by the way, it's a good practice to use variables which are descriptive so that you can understand what they mean. I'll use the arrow function still. Arrow function. Then here, I'm going to pass here fetch articles, and then for the next page, I'll use the next page. Be sure to close with the semicolon. This is not like Python. And then now for previous page, again I'll use const, and then let me say handle previous page. Again I'll use the arrow function. I'll use the arrow function here, and then here it's going to fetch now it's going to fetch articles of the previous page. So I'll pass here prev the previous page. Be sure to close with the semicolon. So now also terminate here. It's not a must, but it's a good practice. So basically this is I think this way it is fine. Let me first of all now delete this one because I no longer need this thing. So we need now to like call this thing now to work the function. So I think I'll use now the div. So on this one, let me just define here another div. How can I put it? So now at the end of this one, let me just create also another div, another div here. So in this one, I'm going to use a class name. Let me just call it pagination. In case you want to style it. And then this one is going to be like a dynamic, so it should be a sort of a variable. So I'll use a previous page, and then it's going to contain also the button. So the button, and then the button I'll use button. I'll use button. Then on click of that button, is going to handle the next. This should be the previous page, right? Yeah, previous page. And then let's close the button. Yeah, button. And then it's going to display like a previous. The previous, and then for I think it's fine. Now let's now create another one for I think I'll just duplicate. And then this one should be for next page. This should be next page, and then a handle. This should be now handle. So this one should be handle the next page. Next page. Then the label should be next. And then is a button. So next, and I think let's first of all try to see if it will work or not. Let me go to blogs. So like let me try to add in. Let me first of all see if it is compiling. It's combining with the warning. Now let me try to add in like the 7th article and see if it will work. Let me go to ChatGPT again and generate articles. Let me tell it write for me short take article with short summary and content. I write for me 5 instead of I write for me 5 short take articles here. I want to see if it's working or not. Sometimes it can fail to work, so we need to figure that out. And by the way, I need to configure this one. I don't know if I'll remember. So this summary I think should be here. The summary should be here, and then the summary should be there at the top. So I think let me see if I'll be able to implement this one just now before I forget. So in the models, I think summary should be here, should begin. Summary first, and then the content first. And then at the content, let me just copy to this one, to this place. Category is going to be technology still. The user is name tag. Let me save. I don't know if it will work. Yeah. So let me refresh and see if yeah, you can see now summary is beginning, so it's fine now. Now let me go to the React application and try to see if the pagination is implemented. Let me add in another one. So the rise of quantum computing. So let me use another one at least to make it. Yeah, so oh, basically, yeah, it's here. Oh, it's working. By the button is here. It's working. Yeah, it's working. So it's working, but now the thing here is that I need to style it. I was wondering it wasn't displaying well, so I think I need to make it style it further to be cool. So the button is a pagination. Actually, the class is a pagination. It is under the articles CSS, so it should be. Let me first of all article list. So it is a pagination. The class name is pagination. So let me find articles. At the CSS, then articles. Let me just call it pagination. Basically, the class is pagination. Pagination. So on this pagination, I'm going to use. I'm going to add in the text align. I'm going to make it at the sender, and then let me add in some margin. It's going to be 3%. First of all, let's see. Yeah, it's here now. Yeah, it's fine. So it's working, but now the buttons, let me for these buttons, let me style it. So let me style the button. So I'm going to style the button now. First pagination, then the button. So padding, let me use again 5 pixel, then 10 pixel, that is left and right. 5 is top and bottom, left and right. And then at the background color, I'm going to give it orange for uniformity. Then at the border radius, I'm going to use again 7 pixel, I think it was 7 for uniformity. And then the color should be white. Let me see if it's working. So, and then I think for button, let me increase the font size. So it's going to have so for font size, I'm going to use, let me use a 1.3 rem. 1.3 rem. Then I'll use again this symbol, the arrow symbol, for next and previous. So for next, where's that one for next? Yeah, so this should be for next. This should be for next. And then where's that? So I should have gone to the article list, and then for next should be this one, and then a previous should be the other one. So for previous is going to be this one. Now let's see. Yeah, so this is next, then this is previous. Now let me try to add in like or let me limit to 3 first of all. So pagination, I'm going to limit to 3 first of all, and then let me see, refresh. So oh yeah, it's working now. You can see now it's working. So the first one, it was initially, so this is the original, this is the default. Then when you click on next, it's going to display the previous and next. But now I think I need to add in the some padding left as well. So for button, not padding, actually margin, let me on article, so let me add in the margin, let me give it just 3%. It shouldn't even be for top and bottom. Let me give it 0. Then a left and right, it will be, yeah, this way I think it's fine. So for border, I think let me remove the border. So border none should be none. I don't want to have the border. Yeah, this way. Yeah, this is fine. So we can add as many articles as we want, but now let me add into 6. Let me just, because I think 6 is ideal. So guys, basically this is how you can implement the pagination in React, and you can see now you can go to the next page. Things are working super fine. I think the idea here is just to show you how you can implement the how to fetch data from the backend, like for a blogger system. Though you can as well change the, let me try to minimize these tabs here. So you can see here this logo, basically the logo here, you can change the favicon, the index.html, the public. So first of all, let me minimize, close this other thing. So blogger, front end, then there's this public where we have the index.html, you can change the the favicon here. What is that? Yeah, favicon here. So is the public URL, and then you can change the the favicon, but because I don't have the favicon there, I can't change that. So basically the site is up and running. The system is up and running, though the components for about you can but then let me just try to create the about. Let me create the content for about. Right, for me, content about a blog blog page. So I think it has written for me the content, so let me just copy, and then I'm going to create a component. Let me just create a component first. So the component should be, let me just where is the component? So the components, SIC components. Now article detail, let me just copy this component and then create another one, because I don't want like a two. Let me just call it about.js. Then let me just paste there, and then what I'm going to remove is these things. These because this is just a simple one. This is just a simple one. Here I'm going to return nothing at the moment. So let me just yeah, this way, and then the other thing that I can do here is like to add in the content. So I'll wrap everything inside a div again, or let me just wrap it this way, and then here in the inside, let me just copy the content. Let me copy the content, then I'll just paste there. So this one should be the h2. Now I think let me wrap everything. Let me just try to make things to be aligned well. Yeah, I think that way is fine. Then so on this one it will be P for paragraph. So I think let me do the line breaks again first of all. So here should be P for paragraph. About, and then this one also will be the h3. This is just to show you how you can create, and then for conduct I think you shall create it on your own. So, and then this one also, let me do the line break. Not actually the line break, formatting it well. So here again I'll use the paragraph tag. There at the end, yeah, it's fine. Also here it should be h3. Yeah, basically I'm using the JSX. It is very easy, it's just like a HTML. So here is a paragraph now. then again this should be the h3, or I don't have to like write everything. Just let me just I don't have time. So now to export here, I'm going to change now the basically here I'm using the functional based component. So I think let me just call it, this is about, and then I'm going to export about. Should be about now. Should be about, and then so this way I don't like have to use these params and stuff, because this is just a simple one. This is just a simple one. And also, do I really have to use import React? So I think here, let me remove this one also. I also don't have the use effect, so there's no need for me to have it here. Yeah, so and then let me go to the app.js. Then again, let me import it. So it should be import about. Let me say import about from, yeah, that way. And then the list of components, I think here I need also to add in the about. So here should be this should be about. So this should be about, and then no, not ID here. It should be just about, and then so here should be about. Yeah, at the moment it's not that formatted well, but you can see it is displaying now the content there. So let's try to style it. So for about, it's going to inherit like the styling from from let me see the article detail, which class was used there. Let me use article 1. Article 1, then here let me say about us. Then the class that I'm going to use, no, this way is fine. So on this one, on the about should be now. Let me create a div. So class name should be that one. Then let me close everything here, and then I think it's fine. And then I think I can add in some spaces between the the p tag. So on the css article.css, that article 1, so it is article h2. I'm going to give it some margin is going to be top and bottom. Let me give it 3, and then for h3 I'm going to use 4. I'm going to use top is going to be 2, and then here should be 5%. Should be now. Let me just tell one by one. Then here should be 0. Let me just use 0. And then bottom I'm going to use basically at the top let me use 5. Then here I'll use 2%, and then 0%. There's no need to write the 0%. Yeah, and then the colors, I think the colors should have changed. For articles, I think I should use let me just use black. Yeah, I think this way is fine. So guys, basically this is how you can create components. So it is fine, fully functional. The site is working fine. And then now assuming that you have let's say 4 articles, you want to display only 4 articles per page, or let's say 3, you can just go to the backend, to the rest. Let's go to the application, then to the pagination, then we can just change here to 3. Actually I'm doing this because I don't have time to write many articles. So like you can see, when the content is more than, you can see now it is displaying the other pages. So you can toggle this way. So basically the site is up and running, and guys, this is what I wanted to show you. Basically you can add more features, but in a nutshell, this is what I wanted to show you. With this one you can implement your powerful blogger system, also including the commenting system and a reply and many other features. But at the moment this was just a basic to make you be familiar with the APIs and see how you can fetch information from the backend. So guys, I really appreciate you very much for your time. Up next I'll provide another project, but at the moment I really appreciate you very much, and please consider subscribing, like and share the video to your friends. Until next time, this is Nehemiah. Goodbye.